City base there. This we could see the first one.
All right, we got, we got minutes, but that was a really fast.
As you rush it.
Our team over here to make the point about
Execution.
Excellent execution. Okay, last one. Again, this is the hardest one. Shandrin challenge. You guys get 5 minutes to try and solve as many puzzles as you can. So everybody are the same.
And they're all ready to Okay.
Somebody else on the boat? Where is the table? Do we have it? Oh, there we go.
All right.
Nobody's ever done it. I don't even know if anybody's ever done it.
Yeah, at least somebody else.
Oh, you mean it to that way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's this one.
Okay, so. Yeah. I gotta do that. Okay, it's that. I think. It's a 90-pot playlist.
Have at it.
Actually, on that. Yeah, I think it's like this. Wait, yeah, I think. Wait.
Box?
So is that? Okay, so we have. That's not
But I've heard.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You can stick that one back in me. Make its way back.
We have one on there.
You guys have one? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 3 or 4.
You like, you're right.
No, I feel like this.
Instead of a box, I thought it was a-
There's a triangle.
It's the bike girl kind of like really like making me grow.
Yeah.
Oh.
When they're.
Okay.
But that might be something.
Or you know what, you can put them back into the board. Because that's the fun game. It's so hard.
Yeah.
I usually go to the back and mark one. Yeah.
Okay, you guys got a minute, it's 20
Any chance
seconds
that it
remaining.
starts up here?
That's so stupid. Yeah, I think we have.
Twitter stock call, we'll have a.
You guys got 40 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. The chopping block, but that one I couldn't see, but
That. And then.
10 seconds.
I think you can buy all of them. Yeah.
Try and make it.
Let's not go to big tower. Yes.
All right, time is up.
There we go.
How'd you guys do?
One.
You guys got two? How'd you guys do? All right,
Good job, team.
Good job.
our team here in the middle is our winner. You guys have two first challenges.
Yeah, six.
Congratulations.
There you go.
You're right in the middle.
We got the.
It's like my least favorite thing to live on.
Together.
I think I'm gonna be the one to bring that.
Yes. So many people to read. So I'm.
Okay, how did you guys, what do you guys think of the team challenge?
Yep, sure.
Good, was it energy, stop really entertaining. Yeah, sorry if you weren't into the 90s news series. I'm not sorry. No, not apologetic.
It was very energizing.
Very good. I loved it. What helped our teams who won be successful? What was that you all had, success with some of the challenges, right? Yeah, well, you guys won too. You guys had a winner over here with the second one. Our team over here, you guys were close with the poker card challenge and you had a 10 grand that you achieved, so that was a close second. What helped you be successful?
Well, like, role assignment, so like it's clear that we're building the swing set type of thing. So,
Yeah.
Like public works, he's got.
Play to people's strengths.
It's like
Clear
practice.
roles, right? We talked about role clarity yesterday, super important. Okay, what else helped you be successful?
Humor.
Humor, yeah. I think that also goes back to thinking about, in this work, don't take yourself too seriously. Like it's hard. You do deal with serious topics, but in working together, keep it light sometimes, helps. Advance the goal. What else? Anything else helps you be successful?
Having smart people on our team.
You guys have some really smart people on this team. Okay, so lean into that, right? Anything else?
A little bit of luck, like when their cards fall down, we won.
A little bit of luck. Take advantage of those moments.
How did that happen? Don't worry about it.
Something that I think that did not help, which is a good thing,
Yeah,
is I didn't feel like there was an intense like, let's beat that team in the room, because these are all our colleagues that we work with, and it's not, we don't have like, we have to be a sort of attitude here. I mean, we're very collaborative. So,
Very cool, yeah, so strong collaboration.
I do this in like sales training teams all the time.
Yeah, it was really a strong sense of collaboration. What made it challenging? What made the activities challenging? You were all fine.
Yeah,
Constraints. Yeah, you guys work within constraints. What else?
Living nineties.
See, it's an added dynamic, that was, you didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah, we have flashbacks.
for me, they were all like tactile kinesthetic kind of learning, which is very much not a strong suit.
Yeah, so I think that's interesting to bring up because when we think about learning styles, communication styles on teams, they're all different. And so recognizing that those differences are gonna happen when you're dealing with all sorts of issues. And making sure that whatever someone's style is, you have some awareness of that and be able to tap into it to make sure that everybody, you're bringing everybody along. Anything else?
And the challenge was there was new interactions. Like we don't work with people all the time. There's a riotous YouTube about like holiday game playing and what, the capital of China, Hong Kong. which is Not true, but those guys knew each other to work together in that way, and so.
Yeah.
Playing for the first time instead of working for the 10th time.
Yeah, so recognizing the importance of getting to know each other.
Yeah.
As we continue to work together.
It's also, some of these things, like too many cooks in the kitchen types of that, exercises, so you don't want like 15 people be like, do this at the same time. Sometimes you gotta step back and, let people do things and, not speak too much or not, I could have imagined everybody yelling at once, like, put this triangle here or whatever, if we were all doing that, right? So
Yeah,
that's a challenge.
yes,
It's like, that's maybe a one person exercise that would just get.
and I think that happens in local government too.
Right.
Sometimes just letting. Everyone's like, yes. Yes,
Ever see
that happens. Anything else? Yeah, were you gonna say something earlier?
Limited planning time.
Yes,
Go.
yeah, we didn't give much lead time on any.
Usually you need like a day and a half to plan these things.
At least.
Sleep on it.
Sleep on it, dream about it a little bit, yes. Anything else? Great, I'm gonna start calling times that, it takes me at least a day and a half to design your team building exercise. All right, well, I think that those are good lessons and a reminder of what it means to work together as a team. And I also think having fun with one another makes, keeping the humor present and having fun is important, so. Okay, are you guys ready to jump back into our context conversation?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So yesterday we covered, we talked about some political factors, and we should pass these back around. These are the handouts from yesterday. Some of you may still have them, we have copies if anybody needs one. Staff, which may look kind of familiar, we use the context mapping from the staff workshop that we did in October. And we kind of reformatted it and started adding to it yesterday. So the topics that we covered were the political factors and some of the new things that came up, just to bring staff back into the conversation. Is there's a new administration federally, which means there's going to be schools for some. And we talked about, the council talked about revisiting the resolution on the sanctuary city. That was
We have a resolution around social equity.
around social equity. Doing some sanctuary city research and working alongside the county commission. We also talked about agencies like not partnering on housing, and there was had some conversation about this example of the school district and their property and are they going to be a partner in housing. Also talked about the port and being part of this other regional agencies looking to the city to lead and to fund things, and just highlighting, I think Abigail was when he said it's really just not just the work of the city or Good River. Sometimes the city itself is doing the work of the community and branching into other service areas that maybe just need attention and nobody's stepping up to the plate. In uncertainties, we talked about all the ones that you guys talked about, including, I don't know, Dan, I don't think you were here for the original conversation, but just because you're up here, so
I was busy.
we can pay attention to this, yeah.
didn't have the bandwidth.
I didn't have the bandwidth to attend.
Yeah.
But just concerned about, should you ever go anywhere, that's concerning. So you have a lifetime employment contract with the city of Hood River, was what I heard. Talked about, let's see, some of the other things, the mayor gave us all of the dire scenarios that could happen, the bridge falling, an oil fire, Cascadia, did I miss any? Those are the-
They talked me out of it.
They talked about which one?
In situ.
Oh,
Major
yes,
employer
yes,
meeting.
yes. And then what did we add to in customer needs? So all the things that staff mentioned, then plus just highlighting that there's a theme that came out of the community input process, as well as just what a lot of the elected officials are hearing on the regular, is just how are we prioritizing locals? People are feeling financially shut out in Hood River. We talked about just generally the cost of living is just, it's extreme, it's higher, and things like, access to affordable food and just different retail opportunities, not just high-end retail, but access to other retail opportunities as well. And then we had some conversation about how are we proactively engaging the youth perspective, and what might that look like in the future?
So that was something that council observed in the comments, where there are a lot of comments about opportunities for youth in the community, and that's what really triggered that part of the conversation.
Yeah. Did I miss anything of the things we covered yesterday, or anything else you guys want to add to the board on those areas? We left, we're gonna talk this morning about the economic climate, as well as the consideration for future bonds. And then we're gonna talk about the organizational trends and technology. Any area where you guys would like to start? Any particular order?
Not uncertainties.
No. Yeah, we're done with that one. Well, you guys might have other things that come up. Abigail, do you have a preference for you to go first? Let's just, this is like Jeopardy, the economic climate for 500. Yeah. Economic climate, let's do it. So. Some of the things that we talked about in the staff conversation was just this inflationary environment. The voters have restricted property taxes, expenses are outpacing and have been for a while. Revenues, measures 5 and 50 continue to be very constraining. There's an incongruity between financing needs and revised structures. Here's one of the staff, would have to say more about that one.
Maybe remember this was October that we talked about those things. I think revised structure, I think that's like just financing, like structure of like, again, speaking to measures 5 and 50, which is, how the assessed value of the property can only go up over the year, regardless of whatever our cost or the value of the property is.
Is that the revised structures, it's like a structural issue?
Right.
It's not a spending issue, there's a structural issue with the budgeting for.
It's the bigger picture.
What else did you guys have in here? Succession of the old guard of entrepreneurs.
I said that one, I'll own it.
Yeah, anything you want to elaborate on there, Dustin?
Just Hood River's culture, this is a little bit of a, like, not just economic, but cultural climate is. A lot of the entrepreneurs that came in the 80s with the advent of the wind industry. Were here, they had an opportunity to get in and at a relatively low price. They invested in the city, they invested their time and energy. Now they're retiring, the bar is higher and there's no succession, so you see like Andrew's Pizza, for example, that group is leaving, Mike Kitts is leaving, and there's no successors of in interest that are coming in to replace those businesses or backfill those.
Yeah. So, and some of the other themes that came up in this conversation is retiring in place, there's no pipeline of new energy. There's a new generation that's unavailable and we're losing the working class. And then we talked about tourism and lodging taxes, there's no revenue streams for like day users and campers. Yet there's a heavy toll, services required to support those uses.
So there's no revenue stream from the user.
Right.
Right. They buy the big, that's it. We
So
don't
like
have any
the
tax.
Sprinter
We don't
van
need
tax.
Overnight.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Sprinter van tax.
Let's call them
Don't go there.
feral wind servers, right?
Payroll and so.
Okay, and then housing, reducing development fees,
What does that mean?
what does that mean?
So we're not building housing, was it,
I don't think that was mine. Unavailable for that answer.
Is that saying that we should reduce development fees to
I think that's
spur
what it,
housing?
I think that's
creation?
what it was.
I'm actually gonna say it both ways, one, like, our, the government has fees that can impede housing, that's a barrier, but also. Our building department is financially not doing well, in part because we don't have a lot of development to fund some of the city operations.
I think that was where we focused the conversation, but it was, both things are absolutely true, okay. So those are the things that staff talked about, and then in council, I heard that there is a desire to just have like a big picture. Look at what sort of what's the revenue, what's the climate look like as far as what's available to us, as you think about what goals you wanna set? What's like the fiscal health of Hood River? So I'll let staff just speak to that and capture a few notes and council can ask questions.
When the fiscal health is, are you talking about Hood River as the city organization, the government structure, or the city as a? Our organization?
Yes,
This-
the organization and thinking about as you start thinking about putting your budget together.
Okay,
Like, are we going into this with, a positive outlook, or is it really depressing? Like, some communities you work in, it's really dire. Cut, maintain status quo, and I guess what's the story like here?
Sarah,
Yes,
I have, I don't know if this is the right time, but I have prepared like some slides
perfect,
for economic climate, organizational trends.
let's do
A
it,
little bit of technology, so I
Yeah.
think it's good setup here, we'll see how it works.
great.
And they're just slides to react to. So give me just a second here.
Can you guys all see, is this in your way, so I can move it back? You can see, okay. Excellent.
And for those of you, and can I take your butt for a second?
Of course.
Some of this will be a little bit of deja vu because I really didn't create new data for you. I repackaged stuff you have seen before, so. So first, just some of this is from Chris's presentation at the at our budget meeting. So here are our general fund revenues. Property taxes again being 30%. Lodging taxes are the second largest revenue for the city. Franchise fees, which I'm so appreciative of Chris really putting some focus on franchise fees, trying to clean that up, standardize that piece. That's great. Ambulance billing has been 10%, but we all know that's a bit unpredictable, right? I don't want people in Hood River to get sick. But that one's just a demand piece, and then parking revenue. All of those feel pretty stable. Here's just a 3-year forecast chart, and I'm happy to send this all out to you all later. You could see the blue and the red lines as the revenue and expense. They're just kind of merged. So we're lucky. Lots of cities have expenses way outpacing revenue, but you could see that we're tight. We're close. The orange pieces there are ARPA dollars, right? American Revenue Rescue. What was it?
COVID.
It's COVID dollars that came to the city. This city received, I think, 1.6 million or so that we were able to just put into our reserves to support us. So that's what those orange are. The purple, that net transfer out, was that for the per side account? I don't really know. Can you remember?
Well, hers would be June.
Oh, that was done 2020, yeah.
Well, it looks like 24-25 is that civilian fund getting 100K?
Oh, that might be. Anyway, we had a transfer out.
That's I think it was the fire department's transfer to the vehicle fund.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
That's right, yeah.
Great. So just to show we are on track, but you know, it's tight. So some very quick assumptions, property taxes, as you say, you know, they are constrained to 3%. Unless, you know, we said 4% with the idea that we have some new development or somebody like remodels or sells and things get recalculated. Waterfront district, you know, we have extended that. My best guess right now is that it'll close in fiscal year 26. All depends on our gigantic stormwater project. You heard me say that yesterday when we talked about the Columbia Cascade District. When that happens, dollars will return to the tax rolls, and I think it's over $200,000 a year. I want to say 250. That comes back into the general fund, so that'll be a nice slug of cash that we have chosen. You know, when we extended that, the city was one of the agencies that was impacted by that. So we'll have a little bit of money coming back, and that will be, you know, ongoing. But at the same time, we have the West Side District, which froze the rates in a large portion of our city. So those dollars are being diverted to the urban renewal district. They're not available for general fund. So just some little bit of context. Lodging taxes, we have a limited growth because we're anticipating at least one hotel coming online this year. We increased parking revenue. We only do that every couple years. We wait until the increase is big enough to actually justify a 25-cent increase. The only way we would see parking revenue increase is if you decided to add more meters in areas downtown or in the town. And so just overall, we're thinking a 2% growth overall. The capital improvement project program, sorry. You could see that I think a big thing the city has done, and I think this is great, is we really made a much more comprehensive capital improvement project list. But you could see that is a big jump in the past to the future. And then the green there is water, wastewater, storm. You can see that's like half of it. Road pavement management is the orange part. Parks. Special project, parks, playground and investment is 0%. So it's there, but it has no dollars. I think it's like $500,000 total. Special projects is the purple. And wastewater treatment plant upgrades are the blue. So between infrastructure, water, storm, sewer, and the treatment plant, that's a good chunk of it. And soon, any day now, what I want most for Christmas is the wastewater facility plan. We don't know what that price tag is going to look like. I'm excited / scared for that report. That's not reflected here. So last couple assumptions here at the state level. State gas tax likely to remain flat or even go down as things become more efficient. What we receive from the state is what I'm saying. Also, we're always concerned that the state may choose to not deliver as much to the local governments. ODOT funding, as you know, will be a major conversation at the legislature. I'm already hearing some anxiety that they might not be able to get to consensus by the end of the year. That will be a major focus, not only for what the state does, but how dollars might trickle down to the local jurisdictions. Last session, the legislature provided funds for water-related infrastructure projects that would result in housing. We actually received $2.4 million of that for our Mariposa Village project. Hopeful that the League of Oregon Cities feels very hopeful that the legislature would do something like that again, although it's likely to be much more competitive next time. And we have a request for more than $30 million for a jurisdictional transfer from the legislature. So those are the things for issues with state. I saw Councilor Polson kind of nodding or shaking his head. Do you have comments you want to add to those assumptions? Okay. My last one, and then let's open it up for conversation, is local funding assumptions. ARPA was a great rescue, particularly when we lost a lot of hotel taxes during the pandemic. We, as many of you have heard me say many times, because of our median household income, we don't qualify for a lot of funds from congressionally directed spending. I talked to Blumenauer's staff this week just about something that ODOT has requested on our behalf. They're optimistic about that one, but generally that's for elevated sidewalk. But generally we don't, USDA rural development dollars would be so obvious for us. We would be perfect for that, but we don't, we can't even apply because of our median household income. Our local gas revenue, tax revenues likely to remain flat or even decrease because some people in here drive electric vehicles. Thank you very much. Water, storm and sewer restricted funds can likely pay for projects in the 5-year CIP. But the general fund does not have excess capacity to finance new debt and all of your dreams. With that, I'm going to stop because those are my finance pieces, and then I want to hear from you if those are. Do those register with you? Are those accurate? Things that other factors you're worried about from an economic point of view?
Questions? Comments? It's not terrible.
It's constraining.
It's constraining, yes.
Well, I feel like unless we do a lot of stuff ourselves, the ODOT stuff is, like we talk about Cascade, being a major source of tourism coming with bikes, et cetera, like we're not gonna be able to do anything unless we really start taking care of ourselves, jurisdictional transfers, et cetera, it just seems like it's gonna be harder and harder.
I think that's a great point. Nobody is coming to rescue us,
Right.
neither from the ODOT piece or the federal piece or, unless they, the lottery's not gonna save us.
So I think once we consider future bonds, et cetera, that
We should maintain.
something.
We talked about the bridge sucking all the oxygen.
Yeah.
The metaphor I just came to mind for me is, I think there may even be a hangover from that, like, let's say, and bridge does get built. For the next half decade, they're gonna go, yeah, Hood River got the bridge, like, back of the bus, buddy, like, I wonder if there will be a follow-on paucity because of that.
Could be, look at, those guys are really efficient, let's keep investing in.
And for context, just for transparency on the bridge question, the buckets of money that are being pursued on that end are separate from the different buckets of money that are available for the other projects that will be available for different things that we may pursue. And the twain shall not meet. So, I understand the concern that there's a finite amount of resources to go after, but the allocations that are available for those two things, we may not need to be as concerned with the bridge sucking all the oxygen out of the room for those projects.
So the bridge may be financed with other buckets of money, is that what you're saying?
There's a wide variety of sources that the bridge is trying to get money from.
Okay.
It relies quite a bit on money from the state still, but some of that money may not suck all of the oxygen out of the room based on how allocations are structured.
May I comment? And I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I think some of that might be oxygen for political capital, as well as fund is not necessarily the dollars in competition, but the time and attention and love.
Like, for example, there's a specific federal program which is only bridge fund, which can't go to anything else that the bridge authority is going after, and that can't go to anything else. So that's one example.
I do think big picture, given the last election, we should also assume there's a lot less federal money that's gonna be coming to every community. So.
Efficiency. The comment I heard from my colleague was that, Paul, you realize that this election means that the bridge is going away.
I'm not as pessimistic.
I hear you.
Yeah. I understand your concern.
Okay, are there reflections on economic climate?
So Abigail brought up, that you saw transient lodging tax in there, we saw, mentioned a new hotel coming online. I think, this is something that Justin helped educate me on a long time ago, and then in an exercise this year, just seeing how unreliable and unrecoverable sometimes transient lodging tax is from short-term rentals. It seemed like Portland was having a problem with this, how many days people had stayed, et cetera. Airbnb will just throw it over the fence, oh yeah, here are your taxes. Well, prove to me why you owe us that, or how many stays are up.
for?
We don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is unpredictable and unreliable and unsustainable. I know we're not trying to build STRs, et cetera, but like, are we getting all the taxes we should from these STRs? We have no idea.
But also our STR pool is shrinking. They shrink this year as the owner occupation requirement kicked in, so we under 100?
150,
150.
well, 150 last year.
In residential or?
So
As a, maybe a more recent number on this, Chris, but I remember at one point in time, it was about 15% of our revenue came from different vendors. So it's not kind of the tail wagging the dog.
85% from hotels,
Yeah.
15 from GRT, from.
There is that balance.
We don't really know.
You need one or the other. People will come here. It's like the coastal communities. Some have declared war on STRs. In which case, like, where are they gonna stay? You need more hotels. You need one or the other if people are gonna continue to come to your community.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the, if the demand is there, more hotels will come in and we can ensure that we're getting the taxes from that. From the STRs.
Yes.
Who knows?
Abigail, what was the percentage of general fund from transient room tax?
I think it's 20%.
20 is the number you have.
Transit lodging tax or transit, TRT or TL?
No, TLT.
TL.
I am all the time.
No?
I
I,
think they were interchangeable.
It used to be TRT. and
I
now
literally had an R and then I was like, oh no, I hope it's an L.
Transient room tax, transit lodging, 2%.
Okay, as long as you guys know TLT means that. Okay, good.
it's $20.
Okay, other. Yes, Ben.
I would say also that as this area continues to become unaffordable, more and more unaffordable to live in, businesses are gonna have are having and will continue to have a lot of trouble, staffing, finding people to be able to work there. And that not only harms current businesses, but stifles economic growth and creating new businesses.
And is an impact machine even, internally in the city.
Well, we're gonna talk about that.
Oh, sorry, is that organization?
Yes, right, we're one of those businesses that are united.
So businesses struggling with staffing is gonna be an inhibitor to economic growth.
Exactly.
Or even current economic.
I mean, it's
health.
happening now.
Yeah, current businesses and future economic growth.
And that's related to what Dustin brought up with, the succession of the old guard entrepreneurship, with the increase in asset valuation of buildings, assets, land, with tax policy and asset policy that's currently in place, that places a particular emphasis on asset valuation. It makes it increasingly difficult to pass assets, sell assets to the next generation in an economical way. Where anybody coming up who's an entrepreneur or young has enough capital to purchase those assets and create a viable business. So that's the problem with succession planning that Dustin was getting at earlier, related to employment and housing and everything else that works around.
I'm interested in this topic. I know that Doug Sports and Andrew's Pizza and Short Supply and another one I'm not thinking of right now, like have sold. In fact, there is the next generation happening, right? Anecdotally encouraging. Wet Center, not here, but somewhere.
Yeah, I think you just see, you see this in your downtown, it's grown a little stale. And you're not really cultivating enough, it's very difficult for working class entrepreneurs to post up here, and I think that's a real challenge. That is, and I would say that's not necessarily the economic climate of this organization, but I think you see that in the city at large, the capital and the money needed to get things started. It's just so high, and the returns, not only to pay oneself, but it does relate to housing, to live here, to work here, to kind of self-sacrifice is really not available. Or it's exceptional. And I think that has a cultural impact.
Yeah, and in terms of next generation, like literally next generation, when you're having families that can't afford to live here, and our school enrollment is dropping, or kids that were born here can't afford to come back to live here if they want to, then that next generation is gonna diminish.
And I think that's your youth perspective, it weighs into that, like the idea of. Okay, how many kids do you graduate from this high school every year? What are the odds, or, you know, out of every 100 that leave, what percentage actually has the ability to stay here? Or to be a multi-generational community, or is it just, should you just expect a mass exodus for those who can't live in the basement? And I think that's a real, outside the planning world, you know, economic development, housing building, like, that's community building, and that if you wanna have a multi-generational community, that's something that's very much at risk. As you see this displacement.
I have a little hobby as the mayor, when I'm out to eat, I say, sorry to bug you, but you know, I'm the mayor, can I ask you a question, Julie? Where do you live? And never is it like, oh, we have a cute little house we bought, and I'm like, it's like with mom, the Dalles, like, very verifiable anecdotal.
I think if I.
Challenges to hiring healthcare staff on all variety of levels, and who's gonna take care of us when we're sick?
If you're ready to move on to organizational trends, I would say, of your city's leadership team, only one of us actually lives in town. And we're the folks who make the most money in the city. Okay, so starting with that, I'd like to talk a little bit about, yeah, it's Jackie. Jackie lives in town. I think.
Identify.
So we can all go over to her house later. And not that we, I mean, so, I mean, that we have chosen to live where we live, but you know, I'll know, I tried to find a house in the city and there just wasn't anything available. So I want to talk a little bit about the organization, if I can go to that next. Sound okay?
Yeah.
Let me find, I got just again, a couple more slides. There we go, am I sharing? Great. Oh, sharing the wrong screen though. Let me try that again.
You guys got all the notes, just saying things about you. Just kidding.
There we go, okay.
They're all good. They're all good notes, exactly.
I have just one big PowerPoint. They're just gonna, so let me get that up. There we go. Great. So as many of you heard me say, I think the most important thing I've done for the city is the creation of a HR manager and hiring Sandy. So kudos to Sandy, who has been here a year and a half and I think has really helped us become a much more professional, transparent, consistent organization. So thank you, Sandy. But Sandy has a big job because recruitment is a struggle for us, especially when it comes to hiring specialized and experienced employees. And I know a lot of this is reflected in many organizations. Everyone is struggling to hire police officers right now. But I do think it's exacerbated by the fact of our cost of living and the lack of housing. So in doing, I've recruited 2 department heads. And in that process, I made an offer for someone who tentatively accepted, came for a weekend, looked at the housing situation and then withdrew. So it really hits us where we are. So we have really small hiring pools, used to be, and I think this is really common, right? Used to get 100 applications. Now we're happy if we get 6. But the area where we have the most difficulty are police officers, especially lateral hires, that meaning ones who have been through academy and have experience. Engineering staff, I talked to a local engineer and I said, I'm hiring for a city engineer. And his reply was, I don't work for poverty wages. That was rough. IT staff, we did an IT recruitment. It was not successful, so we're outsourcing, but Chris and I are having many conversations about what we're going to do going forward. And department heads, I just told you my department head story. So as a result, a lot of what we do, and part of this is being a small town, we rely on a lot of out-of-town contractors. Parks maintenance, we made a decision a while back to get Crystal Greens. Crystal Greens. I think they're doing a very good job. We need to manage that a little bit tighter, but they're doing well. Engineering review, I think we've got a great engineer that we contract with for review, but the number of times the developer says, can't we all just meet on my property and go talk, or can't we all be at the table? It's like, we do everything remotely. It feels a little bit removed. City engineer services, we had a city engineer, he left in June, we've been unable to recruit. And then planning review, we do, our planning staff is so swamped that when we have overflow, that's done by an outside group. And those are just the ones that came off the top of my head. I'm sure there are others as well. So some issues around retention, I think no surprise, right? Competitive salary, like particularly when it comes to engineers and specialized staff who we compete with the private sector. And with police, law enforcement right now, I know our biggest competitor are the state police ambulance. The state police they have such a higher level of salary that we simply can't compete with that. Limited opportunities for advancement. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. So many of we have kind of entry level or, at the frontline level, and then we have department head. There's not a lot we don't have a lot of middle management. We don't have places for people to promote. Inflexible schedules, I just put this as a, City Hall and some of our offices are open, Monday through Friday. We have to be open to the public, but also we have staff who, have to take on-call weekends. We've got folks working the graveyard shift. Some of that, when you're weighing your career options, those might be things that aren't very attractive. Oh, and look, I have a typo, sorry about that. But inability to take vacation or other leaves or take that training that you wanted. It's just sometimes you can't do that because you don't want to let your colleagues down. People come to work sick because they don't feel that they can take a sick leave in order to, because they're going to let other people down. And then just the physical work environment, right? A lot of the work that we do is outside, it's cold, you're dealing with difficult people. Those pieces. So some of those are within our control and some of those are not. So some of those strategies that we can look at, Sandy's done a great job of really expanding our recruitment efforts through things like Indeed, through targeted organizations, trying to be more smart and strategic about where we recruit. We're currently doing a salary study for department heads and city engineer. We'll have that done in time for the budget. Exploring schedule options. How, and I'm going to talk about space in a minute, but how tight we are in City Hall. I'm always encouraging folks, do you need to work at home for a day? Do you need to come in early or work later in order to, get your work done? There's flexibility in City Hall that there is not in our other departments. So some things that have come up recently for police specifically, are the Dalles recently went to working 3 12-hour shifts, but being paid for 40, so 36 for 40. And Roseburg Police Department works 32 hours in 4 days, so 4 8s, but they're also paid for 40 hours. So pretty dramatic stuff happening in order to recruit and retain officers. And I think we're seeing that generally, right? As people look at what they want in work, I think it's even less work-life balance and more like life-work balance. And so time is really valuable, I think, to folks who are entering the workforce. We're working on wellness stuff. We're trying to improve recognition and council. I look to you to help me to recognize and appreciate people. So anytime we can call folks out or have kudos or say hello or I don't know, drop by with cookies, whatever those things look like. Cross training so that when somebody leaves, we're not quite in the dire straits we sometimes are. Outsourcing pieces. And then the last 2 pieces here, adding staff to reduce workload and allow people to take vacation, and then new workspaces. So I'm going to stop there for a second because then I'm going to talk about space. Thoughts, comment, disagree with anything I just said? I don't think we're unique, but I do think we're a little bit extreme with some of that.
Anecdote that right now.
Yeah.
Using a contractor to interview contractors.
Mm-hmm. And I think a couple of years ago, I actually went back and watched this. When Will was our finance director, he did a short presentation at the budget committee just about we tend to lose people right when they become most valuable. And get folks to come, and then after 3 to 5 years, folks are settling into their career, maybe they're starting a family, maybe they're thinking about what they want to do longer term. That's when they're like, I don't know that I see a future in the Hood River area, and they relocate to Boise or back to the Portland area or take a job with a special district. So we train people up, we become the farm team for other places, and that's expensive.
So, you see contractors, subcontractors, and yes, like to have an employee, there's a lot of other.
Yeah.
Costs, for fully burdened costs, if you're allocated towards whatever project we're working on, department, whatever, but like, is there been any analysis done? That says like, if we pay X more, then we wouldn't have to hire a contractor so much, just sort of that analysis of. Where's the tipping point where contractors are just, so expensive.
Yeah.
We should look into, higher salaries or something like that, so. Any type of comprehensive analysis that we could do or something around that. Because I work in the professional services world and billable hours are pretty high for, specialty contractors that don't live in town here. And there's gonna be a point where the balance is tipped, where it's like, well, if you're just paying somebody locally more here, then it's cheaper and all that.
Yeah, agreed.
More sustainable.
Go ahead.
I think it's a pretty easy rule of thumb that if you can fill up 40 hours, you're cheaper to hire it than
Yeah.
contract it out.
Well,
Almost always.
Yeah.
I know some things that economic planning, it costs to run a city. And, enforcement policies are requiring you to create, I have a parking, Chris, I know that. It's costing us almost more to run parking than we're getting revenue with that push, so now what about is policies as a council, like, none of us want to increase fees to our, your constituents, our community, but there's a point where where's that balance of, we leave a building department that we increase to actually pay for the staff, because I know I've been here 27 years now. That's one of the things, we want to pay more, but guess what? Public, police department, fire department, there's only so much of that general fund you can squeeze from. So I always hear that, like, gosh, can we just pay more? But at the end of the day, we have that much more to give, where do we find that revenue stream?
Agreed. Well, I think one of the retention issues is our space. So if I can, I want to touch on that a little bit. So let me just share my screen again. So confusing. It's the wrong one again, isn't it? It is. Screen 2.
I got you. I know where the thermostat is at.
Thank
I
you.
was supposed to be in charge of that, so I'm sorry.
So talking a little bit about space, the final frontier. Yeah, I don't know where my Trekkies are, but come on. So this building, as you know, thank you, Councilor Spina. This building is 100 years old. It was originally the fire station. Our police are in the, the driveway or the garage of that fire station. Police were moved back here, or were here, City Hall moved back. And then, is that how it happened? So City Hall in like 2007, 2008, moved back and you.
4 times since I've worked in the city. And the original was, the city was at courthouse, they were brought out of that area. Then eventually we moved down to, Allen's Woodworking, caught on fire. We used to actually have a police department.
Wow.
Yeah, that was very small. And then we moved here to the upstairs. And then we technically had the downstairs, which I don't remember, the city contracted with, I think it was Gord's Galleries or whatever, and they did all the gallery downstairs, and then eventually we had the top and bottom. So, yeah. And then 2008, the recession, we were looking to save money. Sold the building at 301 State, or Oaks.
Mhm.
And then City Hall took the top and
So, and if you haven't been through, maybe we'll take a break. Neil could take you downstairs, but I have some photos as well, but it is not a purpose-built building for police. There are significant safety issues. There are, just workflow and ergonomic issues. And I'd say the biggest one I think about, like, whatever we might do if we try to stay in this space, is just getting cars in and out of the street. So we had the cruise bus lines were parking here in front of City Hall, which was illegal and not right, but it was a major safety issue of like being able for an officer to leave quickly and make a turn with that blind spot. So this is not an ideal space, and I think everybody would agree on that. So just a couple of photos. The evidence room there is the one on the left with the very small refrigerator. When I think of all the biological stuff that we need to store, like it's a fridge. It also doesn't have like, we have a hood for like drugs and other pieces, but it doesn't have like its own ventilation system. It doesn't have a good chain of custody system. When you look at modern evidence rooms, they're very, very different. The middle picture is where they write reports. That's I think 4 stations for 13 officers. They share that space. And then the one on the right is the sergeant and lieutenant office. So 4 people share that office. Other police photos. The red sofa is somewhat infamous among among this group. And that's just the break room, the laundry room, the witness interview room, whatever needs to be done. The entryway, which is pretty easy to break if someone were to come through with, you know, it's not bulletproof. If someone was really determined to get into the police station, they'd be pretty easy to do it. And then just it's a very wide open space without a lot of protection. Do you want to add anything, Neil, before I move on?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. You go right on.
Pictures say a lot.
And we have hundreds of pages of reports on this.
Furniture premium down. They donated to us.
I don't want the idea that we go and look at a crime scene and be like, what can we take that table? So also downstairs, this is our server room for City Hall. Things are up on blocks just in case things got flooded, but I don't know when the last time the electrical in this building was upgraded. We have ventilation issues, we have humidity issues here. And I will also note from a technology point of view, most of our things are in the fire station. That building was built 15 years ago, around that. That server room is extremely undersized, has humidity and temperature issues as well, like static electricity issues. We need a better solution for long-term technology. Like I'm even thinking like if the county builds a new building, I might subcontract with them in order to like put servers there for redundancy because we're really fragile. And then City Hall, you all get to see City Hall, so you see a lot of this frequently. We've doubled up people in spaces. I think that I so appreciate staff who are making it work. But in today's world where you spend a lot of time on Zoom or you're trying to handle things, it's very loud. People are on the phone. It's really hard. And I think this is taking a toll on folks. It's kind of wearing. So Sandy and Jackie, and I think another staff member actually spend 1 day a week at a trailer at Public Works, in part because it's quiet and they can get stuff done. They'd rather sit in the cold with the dead possum smell than be here and handle some of the noise. So the office there, that's Sandy and Will. And so just for an example, Will is here on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which means Sandy needs to find somewhere else to sit. It also means that Sandy does not have a confidential space. She doesn't have a space for orienting a new staff. I so appreciate how both of you make it work, but it takes, if Will comes for a meeting on Monday, now they have to figure it out amongst themselves. And then the other spot, you all know I come from libraries. Libraries talk a lot about like public spaces and public safety. So when I first came, this lobby to me, I'm like, whoa, where do people go if there's a really unhappy or disgruntled person? I feel like this isn't a particularly safe spot for our staff who are out there kind of by themselves, right? Like if something happens at the front lobby, the people in the back might not necessarily know about it. They don't have a lot of exits. And this becomes a big deal. There was recently an incident in court where somebody was really distraught and unhappy, and fortunately staff were able to like help the person get outside and things got handled, but it made me very aware of how vulnerable our staff can be. And then finally, Public Works, and I don't know if everybody has seen Public Works. I know Anna and Amanda, we're going to definitely take you over there and give you a tour. Our Public Works building is really at end of life. It is, I always tease, this is maybe oversharing, but I always make a point of using the restroom at City Hall before I go over to a meeting at Public Works. It's just a building that's not particularly efficient. It's got energy, it uses a lot more energy than it should. And then where our staff are, so the picture on the left is a garage bay that the water department or the water division uses as their meeting space. The middle one is an outbuilding. This is the roads crew. They have heat right above don't know who's in my picture there, but they've got a huge heat blower, so that spot's super hot, other spot's super cold, but they have no air conditioning in that building. It gets pretty warm. And then the last picture is the trailer. So if you ever want to have a meeting, that's one of our meeting spaces. And that's where a fair number of staff work. If you want to have a meeting at Public Works, here are your two options. One is the trailer. And then the other is this small meeting room, which is also a hallway. This is where people get in and out. And the city engineer room opens to this. The city engineer cannot escape your meeting. So it's just not very efficient space. So thinking of space strategies, some of these we've tried to do. Like I say, I encourage or promote people to work from home or have flexible schedules or change their hours, whatever we can do to make it so people can have their own space. We've talked about repurposing part of this room to reclaim for space for offices. On a day like today, I need every inch of it, so that'd be hard. Leasing space, we've talked about spaces across the street, maybe putting Dustin and his team, because they're kind of noisy, putting them over there. When I first came, could I just say, and Dustin, I so appreciate that you let me tease you, but when I first came, you had a cubicle, and I think one of the first things I did was like, that man needs an office with a door. Not for you, but for all of the rest of us. Yes.
Wind reverb. Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes I can walk through and I can hear a Zoom meeting like in stereo, because like several people will be on it. Another option could be, I think it's easier to lease space for City Hall because office workers are pretty flexible, right? We could probably find a space and remodel it. Leasing space for police is harder because it would be much, I want a place that's got some bulletproof glass and some, in and out for traffic, other things. And that would require significant funding. Leasing space from the county, if they ever decide to do a building, as I mentioned yesterday, they're looking to combine many functions into a county building, not just a public safety building. So I think that changes that. We could build a public safety or a police facility. That's been in conversation for a long time. And then my dream, this is what I should have said yesterday we did 2 truths and a dream. This is my dream. If we were to ever look at a police and public works building, I think those two functions go well together. Public works services the vehicles that police use. They could use a lot of the same functions. And I really think that would be the future of the city if we could make a space that could be built for those functions, would serve us for a long, long time. So any questions, thoughts on space? Or on all of that? Staffing and space. Do you want me to just call people?
I observed this on the school budget committee. It's so difficult politically. Be like, well, what we really need is to hire someone to seek grants. And of course, the rebuttal is, my child is in 3rd grade and needs to be classified. It's hard to prioritize internal operational stuff when it's like, oh, we should have a better office space for our workers. Like, the homeless people come talk to us, and the bike route people come talk to us, and it's just all these critical, the fire safety in Indian Creek, like, it's politically so hard to take care of our shop at the expense of other services.
Exactly right. I appreciate that.
When thinking about space, also in the back of your mind, think about staff housing for shift work. If you can.
We could have a public works building where they live on top and then they just walk down the steps.
Right.
Or in a fire pole.
They can have a pole.
Does that count as mixed use?
Public works goals.
Sorry, Dan, I cut you off.
But that's what it means. And then when they're off shift at the end of the week, go back home to Troutdale.
Oh, right.
Because they can't afford to live here.
I saw that I was in Bend recently and toured their water filtration building, and they have an apartment for the person who is on call for the weekend. That person has the option to stay there because most people in Bend do not, and the water filtration station is quite a ways out of town, right? And if you're supposed to be there within 30 minutes, most people can't do that.
My first job was in government for the city of Chicago as a contractor, and I remember getting moved around all the time. We were in a trailer, or this trailer. Oh, now we're gonna be here, but now we're gonna go. It's just, it makes for a hard existence. I'm always thinking about, you know, every time we see presentations like this, how much longer can we kick the can? But if we are weighing higher salaries and better benefits versus, you know, facilities, like what's the balance there? I just don't know. You know, when's the tipping point gonna be for public works? When's the tipping point gonna be for the police? Are we already beyond the tipping point? It's just so hard to know how to plug this in. You know, I'm sure every council from now to the next 50 years is gonna be struggling with the same thing. We can't just let this sit for 50 years, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, as a council, I feel like there needs to be something at least to keep an eye on this, because I feel like we go, oh, too bad, we need it the next year, and it's like, oh, too bad, and, you know, how do we prioritize this, because we just can't do this forever, you know, I feel like employee attrition is such a thing we have to make sure that we're staying off.
For sure.
And recognizing that it's gonna take a year or two
Yeah.
to make a change, right?
Yeah.
It's not like blink your nose and.
Right.
Yes, especially for meals, it's like, they can't just do it, oh, let's go over there, you know, it's a facility that.
It's a thing.
It's in short supply, and same thing with public works, it's like, you can't just pick any open space.
Other
Yes.
comments, questions?
Get a new trailer.
Other comments, questions for around space planning?
I mean, we looked at the public works yard as a potential area, I think maybe that's something that we really look at this year of what could that actually be. I know that the county is also there as well. How do we, I don't know, maybe kick them out and have them go figure out where they're gonna do to move staff and.
They own some of the land.
Oh, that's right.
We
Yes.
They are, well, I think we actually own more than I think we do. Yeah.
Oh.
I think the county is squatting on some of our land.
Oh.
In the back. But I know the county's also talking about maybe relocating their public works yard someday as like, you know, this is a valuable parcel in the middle of town. So there might be some conversations like that. I don't know.
That way, when we are ready to, you know, potentially go for one or whatnot, we at least know of the properties that the city owns, here's what we could realistically do in each of these spaces.
My advice is don't wait for the county to do anything.
No.
Yeah. But I mean, there is, it's well intentioned as could be, but. If we're slow there, way slow.
Well, we've seen it, we've seen it this last time.
On that topic, what about Parks and Rec, Mark? Do you have an insight on that?
I think, I mean, but my thing is just recognizing that Parks and Rec is the size that they are and not counting on them to do things that they can't. So their SDCs and their staff do not have the size and bandwidth to acquire land. They might be able to develop land and maintain a trail here and there, but they're just not built to do what the city often thinks they have parks in the name, they should do all the parks, you know, that's just not a thing.
So to jump ahead a couple steps, should we wait around for the corner of 18th and May to become available for our police station?
My opinion is no.
Thank you.
Can I keep, oh, sorry, Council Colson.
Just one thing to consider about this, if we're concerned about staff attraction or retention at all levels of government, we need to just keep in mind the conditions in which they work at all levels. If we are expecting staff in any function to work in environments that are what they are, we need to keep those conditions in mind and address them to some standard in some form or fashion. That's all. Just keep the entire picture in mind and not just one department or another. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna keep moving us along if that's okay. Councilor Mitchell, did you have a?
What?
Oh, I thought I heard somebody. Okay, I'm gonna move us, because we also want to talk about just a little financial picture of bonding. I wanted to like put this facility need and spacing into your head before we talked about bonds, just to inform, but I'll just mention technology. Chris and I are working on a RFP for a 5-year technology plan. We had one, it's time for a new one. A cybersecurity audit recommendations, and then figuring out what our future is. We're currently, contracting out IT. Should we continue to do that? Should we try again for recruitment for a new IT manager or something else? So with, bonds, am I good to move on? So one of your projects this year in which we made not a lot of progress was investigate opportunities for bonding. So back in June or July, we had a presentation about just kind of what was our financial capacity for bonding. But then we never really had a conversation, I think, about if you wish, what would you wish to bond for, right? Okay, we have this checkbook, but maybe we start with what are our big expensive priorities that we want to look at, and is bonding one of those options? So I suggest to you, I've just plugged that point about staff facilities, but I think I see three things for you. One is you have a transportation system plan. One is you have a affordable housing strategy.
Excuse me, Gabrielle, do you think we're seeing this?
No, 'cause
Okay.
I'm not gonna bother with this particular slide. And then the third one is the Parks District, or the Parks Master Plan, right? Those are the three things you identified in your West Side urban renewal plan, right? Roads and trails, housing and parks. So it's my assumption that that's probably the categories you would be looking at if you were to do any bonding. And then my plug for state staff facilities. Are there other categories that you would think about for bonds? And I'm gonna look to Councilor Zan Miller, who you were the one who advocated for this project 2 years ago. If you have comments, and then Councilor Polson and I also had some conversations about it.
When I did that, my proposed goal was, let's make sure that we understand all the foundational stuff before we pick what to go out for a bond for. Because if, you know, time gets compressed, and if you didn't do all that homework, it makes it more difficult. So I think that we checked that box. Chris did a bunch of the work on, whatever Chris is. To make sure that we knew what we had to do. And now, you know, I agree. I mean, I have personal opinions on what to bond for, but that's the council discussion.
Then I think along with that, when is the right time to do it?
Well, you know, if you look at, okay, if next real opportunity, I think, is November 26th, and there's a full Gantt chart to get.
That's right.
Right? So it isn't like, oh, let's go out tomorrow and get something. I think it's a whole thing. So.
And I've been going with that November 26th timeline, and have been trying to hold that space. You know, I always think the first competition is to get on the ballot, right? The school district, the community college, the county, maybe the Parks District again, others. Been trying to say from the beginning, the city's gonna have something in November 2026. You don't want to be in competition with us. I have one slide I'm gonna show about bonding, just a little bit about our capacity. Let's see here, screen one. Okay, this is my last slide. And I might ask Chris to help me to explain it, but just, you could see down below just the city's finances, but then that green line is legally, not saying that's the responsible thing to do, but legally, you could see we have a lot of float as to what we could, where we could bond. Is there anything more to add to that statement, Chris? Or Will? Okay.
I'm sorry, what's the red part? Business type utilities debt? I don't think
I think that's our restricted funds. Is that right? Like that's water, storm, gas tax, those things that come in that cannot be spent, that are not general fund. And then the blue, I think, is that what governmental means, is the general fund?
Yeah, right now, for example, so governmental, there's a full faith and credit loan the city took out to purchase Grand Road property. So that's governmental type debt, and then business type debt is all restricted funds, and so that's the debt the city has on sort of sewer, storm, and water projects. And so those are just been advertising, and they haven't issued much from the debt.
Thank you.
Where in that chart is 25, 26?
I did not extend it out. This was from our.
Fifth from the right.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. And this was from our presenter last summer, so I did not go and update this. Cool.
I think, one of the takeaways, at least in the bond exercise that we've gone through, was to understand whether or not there's gonna be enough capacity within the restricted fund, whether it's gonna be sewer, storm, water, will be able to support enough debt to fund those projects, right? Or whether there would need to be a bond, right, to go after just utility projects. And so I think where we landed is that there should be enough capacity within those funds to support debt for those projects. So to the extent the city would like to issue a bond for whether it's housing or parks or facilities, whatever it is, it would not compete with, right? It would not have to compete with sort of utility needs.
Okay, other questions? Yeah, Ben?
Can I ask, when was the last time that we went out for something like this?
Fire station.
When, that was
2008.
okay. So
And
it's
the
been-
water line was since then, but we didn't have to ask the voters about that. Is that true?
We get government funding for that.
Okay, so it's been 15, 16 years.
Yeah. And the fire bond, or the fire station bond has been paid off. I think that was part of the energy of several years ago with the police station was. If the timing had worked out, we could have said that would be a continuation of that bond, right? And we would have been able to say, your taxes will not be raised, they will, we're just raising money for a different purpose, but that moment has passed.
Can someone help me understand why it wasn't decided when the bond went out in 2008 to combine fire and police together?
They didn't look at that.
They did?
The police chief at the time did not want to be petitioning for everything.
Personalities. Something looking back into old documents on it too, just fascinating to me where when we were looking at the police department, we kind of wanted to fully design that before we went for the bond. But back in 2008, they went for the bond and then decided what they were gonna build.
It was like today's dollars, it was tiny, right? 4, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
But there's money left over to buy apparatus. So they said, okay, this is what we have this much approved by the voters, so much, then they built the building and then there was money left over to buy apparatus.
There was also leverage with housing stimulus money at that time as well. So there was bonding as well as leveraged funds that were provided at that time. So the bonding stretched further.
So this was a question a topic that came up in the council interviews and wanted to make sure that you guys have enough background information and context. So if you were to decide that this is one of your focus areas going forward, that you could have some good conversation about what the desired outcome is. Should you want to pursue something? Does everybody feel like they have enough context at this point?
And I think another perspective to look at is, like a utility fee, not just bond noise. St. Helens right now, I'm kind of a geek on city councils, and that's my white noise during the day. Sorry, Megan, I'm gonna say no. But sometimes we gotta look outside, is it necessarily the bond based on the amount that we may need to fund something? Coast is very good at that, coastal town with like doing some kind of fee outside of a bond, the utility fee or such. So, I mean, I just look at it, or some other type of fee that might not only touch our residents, but touch tourism as well. So just, I always look at that, there's sometimes a bigger picture than just bond, put it on the actual residents within the community, so.
I feel related to that point, Chief, is on that post-it, there are 4 things that we might bond for. 3 of them we are already paying for by our TIF in our urban renewal area. So like, which of those isn't in the west side, it's like facilities is the answer. Right.
But it's gonna take a long time for a TIF to get dollars. You could bond now and repay this TIF with the income that's earned through the urban.
I suppose. So, yeah, I mean, when Mark talked about this 2 years ago, it's a bond election strategy. As we talked this afternoon, it's a bond election strategy still, you know what I mean, like, are we choosing what we would go for a bond for today? Is there a way we can write a project or a program or a goal or something that ensures that we make decisions soon? I mean, how do we move the needle here?
We haven't, I think we haven't prioritized which things we've gone for, created that list of whatever that list is. If we prioritize that list, we could say, here's our list. How much would it take to implement these things, because there's grants and like there's funds and that sort of thing, to figure out how it would fit in our budget. And then at least we'd have more information to pick off that list and say,
Yeah,
here's what we can afford.
and, but I guess to my point, like, procedurally, can we do that another day? Cause I feel like we could spend an entire day with it.
Yeah, yes, we are not going to do that.
Right. So, I'm saying.
I didn't build that into the proposal that I gave the applicant, but what we can do today is you guys are gonna look at overarching goal areas and think about some desired outcomes. And if improved facilities, improved housing is part of that, and then you prescribe an action somewhere in there, or you suggest an action for the work plan. That is to like do some more information gathering and analysis, that could direct staff to start pulling these pieces together for you to have that conversation. It kind of helps figure out what's the framework or what might you wanna look at in that discussion, cause that would be probably a whole workshop or like a series of work sessions where you need to tackle that.
Yeah, I just think we need to be realistic and.
Yeah, so you don't put too much pressure on yourself that you have to solve it all today, but I think the question to consider is what is it that you're driving towards in these things? Like, what is it that the community needs? What does the council wanna focus on in the next couple of years? And then thinking about, the variety of strategies that will help you get there and finance that. Okay? Time to, now with all of that in your minds, it's time to take a break. Before we shift to the next thing. So we have, we gotta get 10 minutes, or we start our goal in 5 minutes, yeah. Sure, yeah. Materials coming around that you'll use for the next very familiar. Very familiar, but I'm not sure everybody got what you need. Sorry about
So right now, I'm just saying, and then. Build what she's doing.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have already confirmed that. Let's share with that. Okay, so for the goal refinement exercise. Again, these are all building blocks. So we did our look back. We highlighted in there some things that need some refinement discussion. So we'll get to that piece of it. We went through our context conversation, things we want you thinking about as we get into the goal refinement. And then we also talked about your framework and how these are the right, you all highlighted that these are the right areas for the overarching goals. My spacing isn't perfect on this one, so sorry about that, but spacing does not judge, it's the level of importance, so don't get hung up on that. So what we're gonna do, I want you guys to start by thinking through the desired outcome in each of these 6 areas. Housing, parks and open space, transportation, well-maintained and safe community, equitable, inclusive and informed community, and environmentally sustainable and resilient community. And think about what are the desired outcomes we want. This is a 2-year work plan over the next 2 years. Okay, does everybody know what an outcome feels like versus like an action? Do we need an example? You feel comfortable? Maybe you should give an example. Let's do an example. Okay, what would an outcome look like in housing? What would it sound like?
Second, Mariposa Village.
Yes. Second Mariposa Village. Yes.
The coach said it's done.
Action.
They're saying, they were suggesting that that's an outcome.
I might argue that the outcome would be equitable and diverse housing inventory.
Yes. That's what you're working towards,
So we're working towards a goal, not a project.
not a project.
More.
Yes. You can have some conversation around projects, and I think that that's fine to flag those notes, because that helps us inform the second piece of this exercise that we'll do.
Okay, so we're refining.
So this is why it's good to share an example, because people think differently. Some people wanna go directly to the project, and those are valuable insights. And so what I would encourage you to do is to use these really giant Post-it notes to put like one idea on here per Post-it, so that we can move them around and rotate them as we zero in on what the outcome is. And then maybe on some of your Post-its, you captured some really good ideas of what projects might be correlated to that. Does that make sense? And so then that way we have flexibility in how we move these things around. I want to also acknowledge, like, right now you guys have this organized in this matrix about how different projects correlate to different goal areas. We'll do that part later. I know that there's overlap in some of the things that will fall under these goal areas. Could fall under different goal areas, so there certainly is overlap, but start by just thinking about what's the outcome that we're driving towards. And capture any ideas that come up around projects that also support that, but we'll get to that part second. We're gonna do small groups with this so that it helps from an efficiency standpoint of making the best use of our time. So we've got these areas, each group is gonna work on 2 goal areas and defining the outcomes for that. And then they'll bring the ideas back. We'll all get to discuss it as a big group, but we'll start by generating some ideas in small groups. You okay with that? It'll help our work go faster. So the way we group them, staff, you will go in the groups in the area where you like work the most on the projects related to those areas, so hopefully you can self-select. If you're having trouble figuring out where you belong, let Ashley know. I will assign you. But I think it should be pretty obvious. We try to do the grouping so that it would make sense from a staff perspective. And council, I'd like to have you know, as evenly distributed as I can, because it's small groups, but you can self-select where you wanna go. Okay, not gonna assign you. There's an area, there are topics that you are very, very passionate about, and you're part of that discussion. As we name them, just raise your hand and we'll try to make sure that we get some sort of even distribution in each area. Okay, so first one, we have housing and parks and open space. Those two are, Doug, you want Megan and Ben, okay? And then staff, which staff members are gonna work with them? Great, we've got Dustin and Will. Okay, the next group is going to be transportation and a well-maintained and safe community. Who wants to work in that group? Grant, Amanda, Anna, Hunter. Good.
Adam.
Adam, okay, Neil, Adam, all right, you guys are a group. And then our last two, equitable, inclusive, and informed community and environmentally sustainable and resilient. Yes, okay, we got Jackie, Alice, Chris. Does everybody have an assignment?
Did you get an assignment?
I don't, I'm gonna wait to see who needs me or where I can help.
Okay. You're gonna advocate that mingle as well.
Probably the most with the inclusive and informed, but.
Okay, and then housing and parks and open space, where would you guys like to convene? You guys can meet wherever you want. I'm gonna start by giving you 20 minutes. And I'm going to also mingle around and see, kind of gauge how you're doing and if we need more time or less time.
And we're writing post-it notes of.
Your ideas for the outcomes for these goal areas. And if ideas come up that are project-based, feel free to capture those, but we're gonna start by thinking through the outcomes.
In the 2-year horizon.
On a 2-year horizon.
I
Yeah,
think that's important too, it's like, that's 2 years.
Yes. yeah, if you guys wanna do a longer term type strategic plan, that's a different conversation, but this is for a 2-year work plan.
And then the outcome of this will be whatever the jargon will be used for each one of these and refine the goal.
The goal itself,
Without like wordsmithing, yeah, but like,
Yes.
what's the outcome?
we'll take the words from today based on the outcomes that you generate, and I will put it in Chat GPT and generate some goal, like, no, I'm kidding.
Outcome, not a goal.
What's that? The outcomes will generate the goal language, yeah. But if I set you off into groups and I said, just come up with a goal, sometimes that's just too. People get too lost in that exercise and they get obsessive about wordsmithing the goal versus coming up with like 3 to 4 bullet points of what is it that we're trying to achieve, what are we driving towards? I've just found that it's an easier way for people to arrive there versus the goal. Now, I gave this exercise to some people last week and they sat there with ChatGPT and
They did.
they did.
Fascinating.
It was really interesting, so I'm, use whatever tools you want, but like the idea is to come up with some agreement in your small groups about what is it that we're driving towards for housing over the next 2 years? What is it that we want to accomplish? And don't get too sucked into the project conversation yet, that comes next. All right, so 20, yes, go ahead.
There's now 3 words in my universe. This page has goals and projects. You're saying outcomes.
Yes. Outcomes help us arrive at what the actual goal is. They help us get to goals.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna come around and if you guys are, sometimes people get stuck. I will help you get unstuck. And I also think staff is well versed in this too. They feel comfortable, so they're there to, again, remember their role to support you and to provide, technical information as you move through. So use them as a resource. Team effort. Okay? All right, our housing and parks group, where are you guys gonna convene? You can meet anywhere around City Hall, you don't have to necessarily stay in this space. Wherever it's comfortable for you to sit, congregate, and discuss.
Different room?
I'm the move, so you said you.
Where do you guys want to meet?
Yeah.
Okay, our housing and parks group, Megan. What about our transportation and well-maintained safety group, where are you guys gonna go?
Next to the 2 best meets.
All right, we're gonna convene right here. And then,
Abigail's office for the 3rd.
Abigail's office with our treasurer.
Right.
Okay, take some post-its with you, take some markers, if you are gonna use the post-its, I would encourage you to use the markers and write a date on them, so that when we click on the one we can see. Abigail, if I was to check on your guys' right.
Good to have some, grab on to that, congratulations.
If they're gonna get, they're gonna get a report out.
Alright.
How's it? Mark's open space?
Yeah. You keep this, those other groups from meeting in other parts of the building.
Yeah, this is gonna be very loud for the.
No, no, I'm just traveling.
Yeah.
Anna? Thank you very much.
I'll put it back when I'm, so I'm not.
Do we wanna meet out in the hallway then or something instead?
What about this whole area over here is kind of.
By the dais or whatever? It's a little thin back there. Let's go along. Yeah.
Okay.
It's tough to get by.
Down the streets.
Yeah, let's keep them down there.
Yeah, it's now kind of completely well connected. Like in
Segregated. Segregated multimodal routes. My handwriting's garbage.
You say that.
It is. Oh, I don't.
Should I describe them a lot?
We have plenty of post-it notes, so.
Yeah, don't limit it to one post.
Yeah, we can start with transportation. So a network of segregated, not necessarily segregated, but multimodal use pathways connected throughout the city. So people can get from one point to the other very easily.
You spell mobile like model.
MODAL. Yeah, there's no squiggly lines coming below the word going, oh, that's. Oops. Looks right to me.
It's okay.
I don't know, let me say, let me fill it.
Nobody's spell checking us. Transportation offices. Network.
I kind of like
Network.
just,
Yeah,
we're already
yeah.
talking about.
Multimodal. Multimodal pathways. Get from one place to the other. Yes. Pathways is not like the definition of a pathway, it's just a route. Yeah. Routes.
One of mine for transportation was like more just like safer crossing.
Assumed it's safe, yes.
Yeah, but like better improved
Safety feature.
crosswalks and, I don't know. Things like that, things just about the place, like, you can walk to school and all that.
Like intersections of crosswalks,
Yeah, but just,
So you can just abbreviate it for minutes.
I'm not wearing mascara, when I wear mascara now, there's something on my face, like I have to wash off as soon as I get home. Yeah, I can feel it on my eyes.
No.
Just public transport options. That's an outcome, but, overall, that's like. But we both, yeah. And we, I know that one of the considers these was, permanent crowds.
Oh, and so between me and there, yeah.
So other.
There are many guys who are in the park.
That's the overall
Why is that an issue?
It's like.
So really, it's kind of.
That's.
The local taxi services, like, I only have so much business. Well, there's like, yeah, there's a few, where I can see, you know, it has. It's always, you know, supporting outside service, service, we just can't.
We should do some. I'm sure the effort was much. We did, in Glendale, they have Route 66, like, runs through town. Yeah.
Well,
66. Well, because when we were driving down.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's exactly what it is. Anyways.
But methods are both to get from one place to another. Down where, which way you do that.
What was the transportation option? What is it? Is it, what is it? Not exactly. It looks really hard, but like we just gonna try.
I'm gonna see it next year.
I don't inspire people for now. This one's something. Well, anyway,
It wasn't.
yeah.
For as hard as they look, as they expect themselves to be. I thought that they're not, that's not. It's still kind of. Maybe just look something. Like that one, but my mom will buy option one the other day. And it's just how they're so pretty and perfect.
One thing.
Yeah.
Emphasis is.
I know, I would.
County council just also not necessarily to prioritize which groups. That's not really get emphasized in terms of how people get around. So historically, it's been vehicles. And it's in TSP, like really all out. Which, so.
Like, I feel like that's.
For how long. Hey, for those.
How are you guys doing?
So.
About 3.
Got three?
So I think that kind of the first one that you need to water.
Yeah.
So like I also got that really whole thing, you will.
So should we say that? Maybe you can have a lot of.
You got easy tax. Things that are done underneath it.
What's your go-to TV show? I don't know, but this would be usually. Oh, I was in Saturday, so. Kind of rental scooters or like, you know, like e-bikes or whatever. But they are not allowed to go somewhere else. And that's an option where they're right, last friends.
And that's true. One thing we don't want. Snow.
Wine, I'm gonna go with Mark. But also. Those well maintained and safe communities, but also like wars. These are the house. All right, we can take this like. More. Yes. Yeah. As far as what you can actually not work, well, you can there's a lot of work about 18 years.
Some of those posters are right, fence.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I changed that, I don't know if that's that like, I edited it, so. Oh, no, I, yeah. Copy there. And then favorite holiday.
Transportation. Is addressing those funding needs, structural issues. That.
But I do it all. Okay, and what is your hype song? Or like a song that's like you, like I'm going to play this when I post this on Instagram. That's like, it's like, it can't be that. I love it. Okay.
Mathematically, the tax base.
You're not a baseball player, so you're not bad. I'm gonna do video chat so that I have it. So oh yeah, so Kelsey, if you had that open a while, I have edited those questions, so. Identifying funding for long-term maintenance of.
The outcome would be address long-term TSP structure.
Okay, I think I got all of them.
Reduce
Which is good, because I answered this podcast. That's fine too.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, these birds, TSP.
You guys have about, like another 6 minutes, is that, how are you feeling, is that enough time, or you want a little more time? Like 10 minutes? 10 minutes, you feel right? Okay.
I don't know if you can just.
I am, but we have to ask it.
Oh, my neighborhood. When he calls, yeah, he's in there, he tell me what the road is for the year, and I want to charge him this drive. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the residence level network, net long-term network needs on that level, that's now. Yeah.
My favorite tree was for tears and walking on the bars. My favorite tree. So, cause if someone told me that I could like leave one thing for the rest of my life, I'd be like, I was like walking around, you asked me for a favorite tree, that's my favorite tree. Yeah. I will use that all the time, it is my tree, and my could also.
Yeah. Oh, that requires roads, and front doors. Yeah.
What do you guys see for the public safety?
So, in fact, that's not one that I know, that's not a tree. That's pretty great. I know you're not such a part of your diet.
You know.
When I sit down with the bar, I'm not like, oh, the preacher stuff, I need it, sir, but that's what it is. Maybe I'll change it, I just like go to cautious about food and cannot, but when we went home, my mother, his name was Mark, like, and interesting lots. I just like, this is a lot of things, like, so that's what they're like. Just waiting for me, and they, I think, you know, and see, it's, control is a county function, but sometimes where most of the issues are not, are in the city, and so, some, like, I don't stop running out in the valley. Well, in the first 3 days, I took that, I was the part of one that, we need to see to that one, it's a little hard, it's like moving off.
The answer easily is we have geographic chunks of the county that will. We just did 3 square miles, all the staff, all the people, all the stuff. We need to come close to whole volumes to contain it, keep your skills. It's super complicated, but just in this park dealers and animals, casting lots. Everything. And so we have lost it, just because of the process. But if we were just stuck to the city, then if you said the same thing about the fire department, the city, then everything is a system, it's not just a cap on one area.
So I think, that makes a lot of sense, and that's an example of how it's like, there's already, the collaboration here, and when they, like, which
Oh, it's, that's a normal thing. I'll say big fire departments, small fire departments, rural, and all of them realize, none of them operate in bubble or geographic. So it's kind of like the vaccine.
Yeah, but when
Areas
that's
of responsibility, but we all.
It's like, how long we out for every time's very good. So, yeah. Sometimes there's like more for, and parties inputs, is that like that, and another potential, safe community opportunity, consolidation of resources. If we talk about just consolidating buildings, space, and then after it gets back, it's they don't, I personally don't feel it. It's able to give up. So you see changes. You should
You can get the.
You won't hold this. It's like, we're not, we're gonna sit in like. Yeah. About in September. Yeah. Right. Right now. Now.
Last month.
What we think. Well, that is over.
It's almost.
I would not want to. Doing this work.
Fire business. You
Yeah, that memory is there, where like,
Plus the cost. Efficient system, it's as good as actually.
That's a good job. Certification.
You can still say, you don't have to
yeah, I said that, a really good team product deal, but it's yours, that's why.
That's still not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, we're saying a pretty good time.
You're
I would say you can still look for efficiency, I think that's a good goal. Still continue to look and strive to make those things purposeful, that we're saving tax dollars and not looking at services, just where we can find commonality to give us.
So that's good. Collaboration, it's already.
You might have that little spark in the spot.
Okay. So like.
I'm assuming.
So it was extra sugary, I didn't hear that. That's probably not gonna.
Within the city or we just.
That's easily confusing. But we definitely really value patents. It's the right thing to do based on.
Yes.
Is that the right?
And they had to stop, but I'm like, go on Netflix.
I would say, look at what happens to you today. And then they use.
And my mom, I think she was like, that, I guess she was getting this on her, or something that she get that for her. I have no idea why people are talking about that, but never not talked about it. Yes, you brought it up. It's really anything. So,
Sister that day. Did
watch your husband.
Cities, parking. Like, you guys do it more. So you have
We did the collection. So the board kind of meeting where they said, get the bird for Caleb, it was just that, maybe you train with it right next to this. This is all. Pick it up, everyone, the city and use their ads, to show us that's our money, and I'll make Christmas set, so we didn't specifically talk about this.
But you gotta make some.
But we have options.
We actually, yeah, what came to us. We don't have. And so we gave. Us community enforcement, us youth enforcement. And we look at that initially. So we actually.
Good work, guys. All right, start to wrap it up and make your way back in.
That's why. That's what. Can I get you that help? Yes.
You guys like our snack today, like really taking snack down. Congrats. Okay. You know, enough time, hope you are report out. Let's,
I
There's a win.
anytime we drive through the river, I stop and go feel it.
Yes. It's such a treat. Oh my God. I was thinking, I'm like, I wonder if he'll be open for event today, so I can grab a sandwich for like the road. Although I did remember to pack snacks. Whatever I.
Okay, we're gonna start with housing. Since first, hey housing, we're starting with you.
I tried.
I know.
It was good effort.
Then once you tell them that they're first, then they have to, they run. How was it? Did you guys enjoy your conversations with your groups?
Yes, yeah,
Good, very productive.
yeah.
All these six.
Put this up.
All right, so housing, you can put them up, but I want you to speak to them first.
Well, it's turning to chaos, but.
That's okay, we'll make sense of it. All right, let's give our attention to Megan. Raise your hand if you were in Megan's group, so we can give credit. All right, what were some of the outcomes that were, you guys talked about for housing?
Fair. This will be very familiar to many of you, but we did like the quote because it does sum it up really well from many perspectives. If you work here, you can live here. And so some of the kind of things to get to that point are more housing of all types, increased diversity of housing stock, and efficient use of our limited land.
Okay, now tell me, are more housing of all types, is that the same as increased diversity
Oh,
of
sorry, I
housing
thought
stock?
we wrote this right at the end. That's actually just, hold on.
Yeah, they
I
went together,
know.
but that was us rushing.
This is really focused on more
More,
versus the all types.
okay,
We want more housing.
more housing, okay. And then efficient use of our limited space. And with this mentality up here, kind of somewhere in the goal, if you live here, you can work here. Or is this an outcome in and of itself?
That is an outcome.
That's the outcome now.
So no matter your income or life stage, we would like you to be able to be here.
All right, now hearing about their conversation, the rest of the group, do you guys feel like anything's missing in the outcomes for housing here? Anything you would add, change? Does that sum it up? Abigail?
And I'm not sure if this is the category or go somewhere else, but just, you know, that folks aren't homeless in our community. Here, I assume that means in a dwelling.
Yeah, that's a good point,
Yeah.
to put it in there versus like a well-maintained community, because that, they got a negative connotation, so. I think that's super big, to put that on.
So how do you want to capture, can you say it one more time?
All
people are housed in our
Yeah.
community?
Yeah, all people have.
Okay.
Housing.
Yeah.
Or have access to housing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point, we're not in the like. We live here.
Yeah.
We had like adequate housing, like not couch surfing, not I think safe housing is always.
Decent.
Yeah,
Safe housing, all people have
Safe and
access to
dignified,
safe
that's
housing,
Safe and dignified.
Yeah.
safe and dignified, yes. Okay, is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
So then one clarification, so more housing of all types is because we don't have all types? It doesn't mean we want all types.
Yeah,
We don't want to.
Like,
Yeah.
like we don't want slums, we don't want big mansions, right? Like,
Yeah.
so, I don't know, if this is plugging into a database, written over ChatGPT, like, that's what we mean. We really just mean more diverse because we don't have a lot of what's in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we don't want the extremes.
Yeah.
Like either end of that.
Well, if there's gonna be extreme on lower income, we want.
To me, the extreme is nothing, or, you know, a 10, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I also think this brings up the conversation that we had with the county, right, is we all say affordable housing, but what does that really mean? Is that deed restricted housing? Is that more of the middle income housing? And we need to be really clear about what that means.
Right. And if you work here, you can live here, it's like. Encompassing all of that.
For 9 months of.
Well.
I guess there is with the qualifiers, you
Yeah,
don't always have to work here to
if you live here, you can
retire.
If you live here, you can live here.
retire.
Basically, is what that means. If you live here, you can stay here.
Yeah.
You know,
If you live here, you have safe and dignified housing.
yeah, right. Well, yeah.
I guess maybe can is maybe throwing people off, maybe it should be, if you work here, you should be able to live here. Maybe, I guess that's,
Yeah, let's explore this a little bit further, because I feel, I wanna make sure we get it right. It's important to get it right up here at the outcome level, so that the actions underneath it make sense.
If you live here, you have safe and dignified housing.
Well, I guess.
But we kind of,
An option.
we kind of captured that down here, all people have access to safe and dignified housing. So I'm just wondering if this is different. I feel like there's something different between, like, there's some nuance between these two
There's
statements.
different. And you talk about a working class or a working person should have it, I think there's a larger community than those that just work.
That just
Are-
went,
That just work, Asian community, disabled community, young community, that's still part. That's all people that should have access to dignified and safe, sustainable housing, that's different than the working group, those that work.
Yeah.
And that's where I see the
Yeah.
nuance. There is a good statement, and I think that's more direct into, you work here. Those that work here should have the opportunity to live here, that's a different statement than access for all people, because
yeah,
it's broader.
kind of like I just said that.
In the absence of external support, fiscal support from state or aid funds or whatever that is, if you are just relying on yourself to work, you should be able to afford a place to live. If we're just with that, if you are in a condition or in a place that you are relying on disability, social security, whatever it is, it should also be a way that you can afford a place to live. Are we getting at? Is that what we mean?
You're saying, it's beyond working class.
Yeah.
All people, regardless of conditions, have a right to housing.
and what, that's this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's this, but what's this? I'm hearing there is a, like, the working class community, that you said things like middle housing, like higher density housing. Like affordable housing is a tricky term, but like affordable in the sense of if you have a job here in Hood River where you make like the median income or close to it, you're saying you should be able to have a housing option.
Whether it's capital A or small a affordable housing, if you are a teacher, if you are a bartender, if you are a surgeon, until you're anybody, that we want people that work in this community to live here, and not live in the Dalles or not live in
Okay,
further away. And then becomes a veil where we bus in people from 60 miles away to,
So is it-
You
So
can
is
say
it more-
access,
Attainable housing.
or versus, the type of housing, you have access to housing.
our workforce, the workforce in Hood River has access to housing.
Yes.
The rungs of the ladder thing might have value here, because, you know, we have lots of the top rung, and we're working on some of we've been struggling with the 3 or 4 rungs in the middle, right?
Yeah.
And that's sort of the diversity of housing
Yeah,
thing.
that's the diversity of housing, but I'm hearing this one here, just to make sure we're being clear. If the workforce in Hood River has access to housing, are you guys okay with me just adding that detail?
I guess to me, that's what the first one says.
Yes.
But just making sure, because there was questions around it, like, does it say that? So I just wanna make sure that when we go to craft your outcomes, that we all know what it means.
Yes,
Housing.
we're-
Okay.
Well, I mean, are you defining access as like there is a physical house, or can they actually afford it and not, you know, and afford food and medicine?
That's the other.
Because we don't, I mean, we don't have the housing stock, but it is also like, can you actually, does it fit your budget?
There are some definitions about rent burden and stuff that like the big world has come up with.
Right, but I mean, access, to me, is more than just, can you physically access a house?
Is it, can you, workforce can afford housing,
Affordable workforce.
attainable?
People better than affordable, because affordable sounds like subsidy to me. Yeah.
Okay, so workforce has access to attainable housing? I'll wordsmith it later, I just need to make sure I have a clear understanding of what you mean by your statements.
And I think implicitly within there, we're suggesting that it's not their rents or their mortgages is 75% of their income.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we mean by that as well.
Yeah.
That's the rent burden.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I hear council correctly in that one, I think council implies that we're able to spur enough supply on the market that if someone works here, we're able to find attainable housing on the free market. Is that accurate?
I don't know, well, I'm not counsel, but I don't know if that's necessarily reliance on market, I mean,
That's why I'm asking the rest of the council.
No, I think, I personally believe that there will have to be a variety of subsidy programs to achieve this goal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We need to.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd like it if what you said is the way that it was going to be, but I think that's not going to be how it's going to be.
To work this from the other end, which is sort of the crazy town end, which is like, you're still allowed to live here if you're retired. I mean, sentences like that, like you will never say, but in fact, I think that we have no tool to manage that. You can't build a big house. You can't live here because you don't work here. We're not gonna say that.
Yeah.
But that's the other end of this argument to me.
Yeah, I mean, that came about just because of like the conversations that we had, that so many people aren't able, you know, to live in the community that they work. I think that's the reality of that, and that's why that came about.
It's a circle of influence thing, right? Like, there's only so much that we can do to do this, like, I mean, some in 2 years. Point. And yeah, are we gonna be able to prevent somebody from building a convention or whatever? Like, of course not, right? Like, but we can incentivize development, we can build affordable capital and affordable housing, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
What we can do.
And efficiently, okay, so if you work here, you can live here, workforce has access to attainable housing, more housing of all types and a diversity of housing stock. And efficient use of limited land, and all people have access to safe and dignified housing.
And I think I'm gonna touch a little bit on what you went to yesterday of like, what kind of community do we want, is I think big picture, this is that the full diversity of our existing community, we want them to be able to stay and not have housing be a reason they leave.
Okay.
That's a really important one, especially in our conversation, we were talking about. There are so many farm workers that live here. There could be proposed federal changes that. Some of the growers might not be able to offer housing anymore, and that where are those individuals gonna live if they're the ones that are farm feeding us?
I offer, if you work here or you are from here, you can live here. Because another flip side of this is if we make this so affordable for everyone, right? This is a top 10 mountain community, and every vote, you know, this would be a 80,000 person city. And is that changing is that the community and the growth and the congestion that we have envisioned for the city too? Or is it more about if you work here or you're from here? And I'm not saying one is good or bad and that we shouldn't be an 80,000 person city, I'm just asking the question.
And you talk about
8,000 people in 2 years. Not an issue with the building department right now.
Okay,
He's fine.
if you work here or you're from here, you can live here.
And that plays into more affordable for more housing types, because theoretically, if you grow up here and get your first, you come back from college, you get your first job here, you're gonna need to move into an apartment, otherwise it's not its basement, right?
Yeah.
So more housing types allows for that stratification to exist for existing community members.
Okay. We feel good about these outcomes?
Keep moving.
Keep moving, okay.
Councilor Mitchell, sorry.
Well, I don't know, I think from here just carries a little bit of, I don't really like the phrasing of that, yeah.
Like entitlement.
Or like,
Or-
like the xenophobe,
Yeah.
you're not from here.
Yeah, like maybe grew up, or I don't know, just from here just doesn't sound right to me. But I know we don't wanna talk about wordsmithing forever, but that phrasing kind of bothers me a little
How many of
bit.
us are from here?
But I think we talked a little bit about that yesterday too, of like a local, right?
Mhm.
I was born here, I was raised
Mhm.
here. And, I can't own a home here, but I can live here, and so I think back to the wordsmithing is. What's the community that we wish to see, and we wanna make sure that those that work here, contribute, have the ability to live here.
Well, yesterday you guys used the word often, a multi-generational
Yeah.
community. Does that feel more appropriate? Like we want a diverse, like multi-generational community?
I like that. What do you think?
It's more about the people, about the children that didn't have a choice, right? Like, anybody can choose to move here. But if you're born here and this is where you're raised and all that kind of stuff, like you, I'm not saying you get like a state that somebody else doesn't, but like, you don't want to take away that opportunity for your choice,
Yeah.
because of whatever reason.
Okay, so we want, and it's not this so much, but it's more of this diverse,
Yeah.
multi-generational community. That's the
That's
kind of,
better.
that's the
Yeah.
kind of community you wanna build.
We're not closing the gates to the river at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
All right, now are we ready to move to, parks?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
What happened to the key cards?
But we only have the one.
What do you got?
So,
We take so much time.
so we were all very easily able to say we want good trail connectivity, we wanna improve that. Settled on that one, and then we had a lot of conversation about kind of that half-mile walk shed, which was a big part of the multi-jurisdictional master plan about identifying if there are neighborhoods that, don't have great current park access, and then kind of talking about, like maintenance of parks, but we, as a group, we never really settled on a good post-it note for either of those, so that's
Okay,
as much as we have for you all.
so we want well-connected trails. Or in the next 2 years, are we driving towards other outcomes?
Why can't it be live the master plan that we adopted?
Do what?
I don't
Cause
remember.
it's more than, I mean, it basically is building 4 more little parks and the connected trails between them, right?
In 2 years?
I mean, I don't think we're achieving all that in 2 years, are we?
yeah,
Okay,
Work towards.
work towards, okay,
Implementation of the adopted parks.
I mentioned it in our group, is that the Parks Plan has a half, and Councilor Saunders just mentioned it, a half-mile walk shed to that park. So you don't have to build all 3 parks right now, because people don't live out on the west side right now. So as long as you maintain that balance, that as we build, we also build parks such that everyone's within a half mile.
My contention and advice is that land is not getting cheaper and land is getting gobbled up by other uses without our control. So it is procuring or protecting the space is critical, because otherwise it's gonna be like, yeah, we were gonna have a park where those 40 houses are being built, and we didn't, and now we don't. So you have an opportunity now, because it's not built up, that isn't gonna, it's not a given. So my recommendation to council is to actively work on procuring the space. It doesn't mean develop, it doesn't mean, the final thing, but the space is not assured, so it's never gonna be easier than it is right now.
A challenge I view on this is the competition between land banking for housing and land banking for.
Yeah.
Every single thing that we put together says, we need housing that's connected by greenways and has open space near them. It's never put in housing and don't think about, it's the quality of life piece that all of us have in our head with respect to housing. So I don't think they're in conflict. I think that they should be siblings.
So this would be, it'd be advanced acquisition for future parks and open space. Acknowledging that
That's about-
knowledge is getting
I
it
heard
out,
protect and
knowing
procure,
we're gonna build it.
protect and procure land for future park spaces.
I think it's important.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with that as an outcome? Protect and procure land for future parks?
I don't know if that protects.
Protect seems weird, because we don't.
Yeah.
What do we
I
have?
didn't just get it.
Just get it.
Procure it?
Just get
I
it.
don't know if you guys have land for parks already, so maybe that doesn't.
Also, I think it's about Mariposa Village, there's a park.
Yeah.
It's Mariposa Park, it's coming with the park,
Yeah.
right, so they're not always in conflict.
No, but how many $70 million projects are there? Not very many.
Hopefully more.
Okay.
Next door to me.
Jack,
Maybe the one thing that I heard was like, as an outcome of like, all residents live within half a mile of the park or whatever that's number, I'm not sure if that's directly
The
how,
half mile walk.
yeah, from the master plan, but whatever that distance is, like all residents have walkable access to a park.
Yeah,
To me, this is like an honor of the master plan statement.
yeah, okay.
We already said it, we just like sometimes forget.
Okay, so I heard, you guys can tell me if this is wrong, procure land for future parks. Honor the master plan. Which is the same thing that Jack said, a park within, which highlights in it, the park within how many and how.
Half an hour, actually.
I think it would be good to just stick on the master plan, because you, in 2 years' time, again, going back to 2 years, you're not getting everyone within a half mile.
Yeah.
Although that's in the master plan, you're not getting the job done in that quick,
That's fine also.
unless that becomes dangerous.
I think it can be that simple. I mean, those 3 bullets are awesome.
Okay. I think this helps us understand what you're driving towards. Yeah? Okay. Again, so it's just on a piece of paper, we can change it, we can redline it.
Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not supposed to. Sign into that. Okay, it's a time check. We are at 11:58, so lunch is technically in 2 minutes. Do you guys want to try for one more? Or
Yeah.
One more.
one more? Okay. That puts us halfway through, which feels like a good stopping point. Okay, transportation. What color do we want for transportation? Orange?
Yeah.
Okay, so
This group has a lot of.
Oh, I get to do it?
So somebody bring him on down. God, this is.
Yeah, they got it.
Who has the transportation posted? All right, do you want me to take that?
Neil wants to explain them.
Okay.
Good deal.
Are they numbered?
In the corner is T on the transportation.
Okay, all right, so the first one here you guys have is address long-term transportation funding for existing and new infrastructure. And then on the side, it says roads and sidewalks.
That was a TMS, that was the bridge.
Rides too fast.
It's not-
Word for bridge.
The bridge, but
Bridge between both.
yeah.
We have some together. Go on.
Wait, what does S stand for?
Same
That's
thing.
That's this one, okay, alright. And then you also have on here improved pedestrian safety features.
Sorry, I was just looking for my phone, I was like, well, my alarm's gonna go off, so.
So that's Sasha's,
We're gonna recenter our day.
reset her day alarm.
Sorry.
Feel free to join her in recentering the day.
Take a deep breath.
Deep breath.
Got it too. Appreciate what you're doing. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm doing it every day for like 9 years.
Okay, so you guys have addressed long-term transportation funding for new and existing infrastructure, roads and sidewalks, improved pedestrian safety features, which includes crossings and snow removal. And
I'm sorry, I missed the last bit of that.
crossings and snow removal,
Thank you.
yes. Network of multimodal pathways. And ride options, public versus private.
Can you explain that one better?
Group, can you explain that one better?
Have buses.
Buses.
So with the ride options thing was, kind of figuring out, the. You know, I think one of the things that was completed off of the last list was, permanent bus routes, is that right? That was one of the things that you guys completed in the last few years, and then this one is, just, I guess, solidifying the public options and then also kind of making it on the private options, which is the taxi Uber Lyft thing that is currently for council, I believe, and then also is maybe the bike sharing or the scooter sharing, or I don't know if any of that kind of stuff is something we have to go down or not. That just, that's what that ride options, having multiple options available.
So pursuing different transit or having different transit options available. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
For improved pedestrian, like we always also put cycling.
Yeah. Yeah, say that meant, it should have been something multimodal.
Well, I think that goes with the first volume here. And then I think it's okay to have pedestrians separate from bikes because they have different needs, right? So.
Oh, just in terms of safety, as somebody that cycles quite a bit, it's like, the leaves are in all of the bike lane that we have on, certain.
Right, but I think.
All the time, like, where does that fit, it's like, as an example.
Well, do we want? But can it be a separate thing though?
It could be like.
What's that?
Bicycle
Bicycle safety?
and infrastructure,
Instead of pairing it with pedestrian?
because they have different needs.
Okay.
I mean, they have similar needs of different, like, they'll need a crosswalk for a bike, I mean, sometimes they use them, sometimes you have a different crosswalk for a bike.
Okay.
But I think that is also like, kind of the first one we were talking about, is having like. This separated, well, maybe it's just still different, but having like more defined biking. As opposed to more bikes with cars, with pedestrians, yeah.
Or at least
But-
like,
I think it's still different, so.
Okay, so this is, everybody agrees with this outcome, improved pedestrian safety features, and then we wanna add another one.
Improved bike safety features. I don't know if we want more, like, is it better to separate because they're different, or are we trying to clump things together? Like,
I don't stress about the structure too much, if we need to consolidate things because we find it makes sense later, if it adds clarity right now, then let's just be clear about what it is we're asking for.
They could just put them all in one button and say improve transportation and safety features.
I think right now you're gonna get some word bicycle on them.
Bicycle's gotta
For
be
sure,
separate.
I don't know if it needs to be separated, so I don't think
Yeah,
We don't need to go out into like.
It's its own category, because it's a
probably
it's a category.
category, right, but we could, I can draw a picture of a bike.
Yes,
That one's-
draw a picture of my.
Hold on, first let's get down, improve, bicycle safety features.
Earl legacy. Everyone. That's on a high note.
Safety. Okay, and I draw by the structure,
Go Sarah, you got this. Right there on it.
Make sure how many they're on the 16.
Okay.
Cycle.
Cycling.
Woo!
He's driving very fast, but I'm coming.
Yelling at the e-bike.
That's one of those middle school e-bike.
There should be 2 other kids on the back.
There's only one.
Yes, now draw a part with children on it, okay. Not that good. I play this game at home with my kids all the time. Zoe will be like, Mom, draw a dog, draw a camel, draw this, and I'm like, that is, she's like, that doesn't look like one. I was like, yes, it does, you're 3, you don't know. You're 3.
I don't know if this is important, but we were talking about in our group, how well-connected trails is not only a function of parks, but also a function of transportation.
We'll do the overlap, yes, you guys are gonna have some overlap between some of these. That's the lovely matrix, but Abigail told me that is an after the fact exercise that we'll do. That staff will do, then we'll show it to you, and you can agree and disagree and refine it as needed, okay. Another outcome is a network of multimodal pathways. Yes,
Which I think includes the trails.
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, that's the, we'll draw an arrow to connect these.
By network, we mean connected too.
Yeah. Network in place.
Correct.
Okay, and then addressing long-term transportation funding. So do we need to have any more conversation about this, or does staff know what that means? Since saying no.
But no, it seems clear.
Oh, good.
And one thing is, I think it says for new and existing infrastructure, or.
It says infrastructure, well, it's abbreviated, it's ran out of space, but then roads and sidewalks.
Okay, I guess the word existing implies the maintenance cost that comes with, you built the road, you got it forever.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it also was intended to address like the existing communities that don't have sidewalks. Oh, very good.
Yes.
I love that, sidewalk gaps, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any space here for honor the master plan?
On
Just
the
like
TSP.
The TSP says a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, yeah, there was, brought up the TSP. But
Okay.
Have enough time to get super
Okay,
deep
so-
into TSP.
I will add, honor the TSP is the intent in honor.
Do you and Kevin not do that, do you?
Okay. Do you feel good? Do these tasks, do these outcomes seem clear?
Yes.
Where are the 2 traffic circles, I mean, those are a project, they're not a.
It's a project, yeah.
Where do they fit?
I would
What
say-
points to building those circles as fast as we possibly can?
Oh, if you were to think about like, oh, what outcome does that fit under? Probably,
Honor the TSP.
Funding.
honor the TSP.
Multiple.
I mean, this is geeky, but is the Heights master plan in the TSP?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is, there you go.
Oh, we did that. Yeah.
No dumb questions, Megan, so like. It's in there, honor the TSP. That's all
Okay.
you-
Yeah.
All right, we're halfway through. We're to well-maintained and safe community. You guys ready to take a break and get some lunch?
Yes.
Yes, okay, let's do that. Abigail, what do we need to know about
Yeah,
lunch?
so lunch is here on the parking desk, it's in rough alphabetic order, because I'm librarian. Staff registered up to name, comes from those by your last names, and there's one for someone named Bob. So, Bob's name. But I went here. So there's lunch, and then drinks are in the cooler here, and then got additional drinks in my office, you all know where that is. That's it, when we come back.
So 30 minutes, it's 12:08, so let's just say, Mark had a thought about parks, but let's just make sure we're on the right track. And we'll let Mark share his insight that he was, reflecting on about parks, and then we can see, make sure we're good with everything else we've done so far, and then take our way to well maintained and safe, and we're done. You wanna share what you were?
So the three park things we put up were all acquisition, big picture kind of things. I think that having a, look at what the maintenance and level of service requirements are on sort of a, you know, is this the level of attention we need to provide to Waterfront Park or Jackson Park or something like that? Is an important, one of these things as well. So not only are we building the system, but how is it being maintained to what level?
I agree, I've had some coffee shop conversations where people basically say, oh, it was nice public work, you should take better care than the vendor does.
So maybe for wording up here, it would be something like, be cognizant of, or
The outcome is well
constantly
maintained.
refresh, what the quality outcome is.
Okay,
And this is nothing against how we do it, it's just sort of says, you know, how do we apply budget to make sure that the, you know, the Waterfront Park is children's area is staying updated and stuff like that.
I think it's a difference between the equipment to the grass.
yeah. Is it, yeah, are we talking about equipment, or are we talking about like landscaping? Maintenance?
I think
I think both.
yes. So it's, what's the policy direction for level of service? And how are we reflecting that in budgets and action plans?
Okay. Do you guys have a desired level of service for park maintenance?
I think that's where the word adequate came from originally.
Okay. So the outcome is having well-maintained parks, right? That's what we're trying to achieve.
The outcome is having a defined level of service.
It's having a defined level of service for parks. Yes, okay, are we okay with putting that down?
I want that.
Abigail wants that.
You talked about that in public space, but it was one thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because fun fact, our largest park in the city of Wood River, Elliott Park, largely unimproved. Like, is that what we imagine, or do we imagine baseball and pickleball and blah, 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 you know?
Okay, defined level of service for parks.
For city.
City parks.
Yeah, okay, we're not defining everybody else's part.
Okay. Defined level of service for city parks. Okay, any other insights, reflections over lunch on any of the others? Are we ready to move to well maintained and safe? All right, well maintained and safe. Okay, our group had two outcomes listed here. The first being address long-term infrastructure, I'm trying to guess what your abbreviation is.
Oh, instead of address, it was supposed to be continue.
Continued long-term infrastructure funding and sustainability. That's what it's supposed to be? Okay. All right, anything else to say about that one? And then the second one here is collaboration with entities for efficiencies.
I think that was continued collaboration. Because whenever it says that there's already collaboration with the county for efficient, firing, but emergency response.
Okay.
Might be opportunities for collaborating for animal control and efforts.
That outcome feels really broad to me. I looked at Abigail, because I'm like, it's just the immediate thing, like as a city manager, would you know what to do with that?
Well, to me, that means I have happy hour with all of the other administrators once a month, that I continue to collaborate with. But are there specific
Yeah,
areas of collaboration?
yeah, did you guys have more discussion around, said, like, looking for agencies on animal control services, or I don't know, what else came up when, as you guys were discussing, it? Maybe we can get a little more clarity.
Personally, I feel so positive knowing that this monthly thing happens, like, wow, it's so great, there's this group of super capable professionals, like. You know, working it out and identifying areas, and it seems great.
And some of you might have heard the story, I stood the mayor up, like, I was like, I can't meet with you one day, and then he found out that I was at Double Mountain with all the other administrators drinking.
Collaboration.
Work,
And he never results.
work commitments are important, not to be slowed down, yes.
I think another important entity to connect with consistently is like Center for Living. A lot of our police officers are responding to incidents that I feel should be their responsibility to respond to. I'm not sure if Al attends those meetings that you're connecting with.
Center Living is our behavioral health.
So kind of like a broadening aspect, that's like, who's at that, like, oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so are there expectations beyond Abigail coordinating? Like on a monthly basis with these
It talks a little
entities?
to the government relations conversation we had yesterday. I continue to connect at the administrative level, but you're gonna connect, you counselors are gonna connect at the elected level, whether it's inviting them into meetings or watching their agendas, or appointing liaisons with them.
Are we okay with this outcome? Is that fine?
I wonder, is there some benefit here, are well-maintained safe community, are we talking about maintenance of the public domain? Like this, public works. And then in terms of safe community, are we talking about emergency service providers and first responders, because that's absent, like,
Yeah,
it doesn't say anything about emergency responders, like, is that?
doesn't, I mean, this is kind of your catch-all bucket, but I'm wondering where some of the stuff from the context mapping exercise is gonna show up in here. If it's not showing up here, I don't know what other areas and what other goal areas it's showing up in, like around space. Or you haven't touched on bonds or like any like sort of. You'll talk probably about bonding stuff when you get into the action planning, but the city facilities. And then also like the retention of staff and thinking about some of those strategies haven't surfaced yet. And if it doesn't surface in this area, I'm just wondering if it's gonna surface somewhere else. Or if there's a goal area that potentially is missing. It was a big part of your context conversation, so it doesn't have to be a desired outcome if that's not where you're focusing in the next couple of years, but.
That's kind of what I was thinking about when we were thinking of collaboration, a little bit, we talked about maybe there, an opportunity for in the space, maybe consolidation of. Maybe not consolidation of the entities, but consolidation of the location of the entities. And you brought that up as a potential solution of renting space from any county building or maybe working with it out. But that was kind of where my mind was going a little bit, and we ran out of time.
The one other thing I was thinking about is, and this goes back to context, one of the first things that showed up there was the agencies looking to the city to lead. Yeah. And, you know, as we become increasingly relied upon, that can be, actually have, you know, maintenance is spread, our public safety folks become spread, that can be a threat to this. So I love collaboration, however, you know, this is where things like mutual assistance agreements become, you were looking for mutual assistance, not just we come.
Yeah.
We're first every time, and I think that's, you know, that's an important feature of
Maybe that's,
differentiating from collaboration.
yeah. Maybe that's.
So this is
something-
downer, but that's, I think if you talk about safe community, well maintained, if you have a fixed amount of assets and you still spread them thinner, you probably is difficult.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think we also talked about ambulance yesterday and the services, how it's the expectation. Is that, you know, this team are responding to a lot of safety concerns, and then Neil and his team are also doing that.
What would be an outcome maybe that helps focus that? Maybe like something around like alignment of your collaboration efforts with also you know, agreements and like some sort of financial agreements or something in place so that you protect yourself from spreading yourselves too thin. I don't know. Could be.
I don't wanna talk out of line, I just to appease the people in the room, there is stuff in place. And for the ambulance stuff, well, I wasn't here when it was discussed. There's a new ambulance service area plan that's coming that will address some of those things, and home shortcomings or improvements, depends how you want to look at to improve collaboration, but behind the scenes will be metrics to illustrate deficiencies that the county can look at those inefficiencies and help put some effort into fixing.
So there's some stuff in the works.
Yep.
Okay.
So I wonder, to put vocabulary on that, is like to formalize some of our relationships with other agencies.
Oh, yeah.
Right, to document or, you know, because some of them are, they feel very informal, or it's the county asks and then we're like, wait, why are you asking this? But if we have more paper trail, we feel.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about that? About the helpful and how to put guardrails around your resources and your commitments?
And I guess a piece of the guardrails that would help me politically, the coffee shop, maybe others, like for you all, having you on staff to put together the crap list of like, here's the deferred maintenance on the water treatment plant, here's the deferred maintenance on the water pipes, here's the, like, we're not rich, we have our oh dear situation like everybody else. The Dallas is about to replace their water chlorination station for $88 million, like, yeah, right, is my reaction, so to not be ostrichy about, like, we have some serious liabilities out there too.
So one outcome I'm hearing, they formalize our agreements. That what you said, formalize the
Yeah, or I said formalize our relationships.
relationships.
I don't know what that looks like.
That looks like IMDAs.
Yeah.
Things that are ad hoc now, putting a little bit of process behind them, like
How we take care of Mosher's water system.
Right, but I think Council, you've done a good job of moving in that direction, I feel like, you know, the animal control piece that none of us loved, but it's more formal and transparent than I think, you know, than it had been, like, we went through this with a finer tooth comb than I think we did in more recent years, so. And same with, Mosher, I feel like we've done a lot to clean up our relationship with them.
So, Sarah, I think the simplicity of it, at least from my perspective on council, is that we don't need a lot of policy stuff because we have professionals that are just doing a good job, and so it's been little tweaks kind of thing. So it being simple here doesn't mean that it's not absolutely critical, it means more congratulations and thanks to the three organizations that do well maintained and safe. I think the challenge for council and staff that's coming is when we're 12,000 people, how are these things different from what they are now?
Yes.
You know, we talked a little bit about what does enforcement look like when we're bigger? So are we preparing budgetarily and structurally for what it looks like 5 years from now? And are there actions within the next 2 years? I don't know, but you don't wanna just be surprised like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. I don't know that it goes up there, but finding a place to have the discussions about, are we looking far enough out to be able to do the near term milestones to get there?
I believe too, some of this is operational, that we have already in place in the government agreement, Columbia Court did a government agreement, Oregon and Washington local courts, that we already have outside with the sheriffs and the chiefs and the attorneys. We have a major crimes team in our government agreement, if something, a murder was here. Sherman County, Dillon County, Wasco County, Dallas PD, the county sheriffs, they all respond. So we have those in place. I've been running those operational, Dan signs them, we've run them to the council for approval. So we've got a lot of those in place. So. Those are kind of the 80% of the iceberg there. And they go on the shelf, unfortunately, you know, we fluff them up when we get new titles and new names and new.
I think this is a trend we're seeing across local government though, that some, and I don't, not to pick on counties, if any county people are listening to this meeting, but as they've been faced with different challenges around housing and homelessness and just limited resources there, they're leaning harder and harder on the cities, and so cities are feeling there's a need to respond, for somebody to respond. And so they've been getting tasked with certain things, and so I think that's where, like, public safety historically does that, has been doing it for a very long time, but some of these new areas where cities are dabbling in these different services that they haven't traditionally offered is kind of the uncharted territory where the formalization can be helpful, and it takes time for those things to happen.
Is there something about not just formalizing the relationship, but I think Margaret mentioned, forecasting the demand, like, we could do this when we were 8,000 people and we had some time and bandwidth to do this, but now we're 12,000 and our ability to be there is limited, or our ability to plow 60 miles of street was there, but our ability, well, it's maintained and safe and maintained.
So I mean, a separate bullet point, it's not about relationships, it's now about like forecasting.
Forecasting needs, future needs for city services.
Especially when we've been talking about some of the workforce challenges as well,
In the space.
and the space. Like, we gonna have the appropriate resources?
We get 10,000 people, now we have to have it in the store permit with our.
Stormwater, yeah.
How about forecasting service delivery needs
Yes.
for future growth?
Wildfire response, it's not just us.
That helps get at some of the internal staffing conversations we were having earlier.
Yeah, can you ever hire an office response or?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that, Kevin, we're capturing that in this bucket, concerns for attracting and retaining talent over the next 2 years. Is that captured?
I think you could put some actions that align with this outcome there, that would capture it, what I'm not sure you guys have captured yet in any of these things is your space needs.
Yeah, I think that goes along with it, like, categorically speaking, like, I think a goal would be, or an outcome is everybody that was working here today is working here in 2 years and has grown, and we've retained that person. You know what I'm saying? And if added space is deterring from that, and I think that's important to.
Yeah, that's
part of that.
Then, I mean, am I hearing kind of the foundation of a proposal for another outcome here is like retaining our current staffing levels?
Yeah, retaining, developing.
Retaining and developing our current.
I think that maybe that goes into, and I know we're gonna talk about that next, but just internal equity.
Okay, do we wanna get into that one, then you guys can decide where it fits?
Yeah.
Okay, let's leave this here for a moment, and then we can come back to that conversation and see what you guys came up with for equitable, inclusive, and informed, and then you guys can decide where you want that to go.
Okay, here's the internal equity, and then let's see the environmental.
Okay, come back for that one.
Good. 3 on here, not just 1.
Okay, this
Fish.
we got working with community-based organizations, language access plan, toolkit development. Okay. Are the subsequent bullets, are those more like the action discussions that you have, capturing the action discussions? Cause I wouldn't say like a language access plan is necessarily
Well, we were just talking about like a framework that we just need a lot of toolkits in general.
okay, why do we need toolkits? What does the toolkit drive towards?
Because 1, we can always go back and modify later on, and I think this is an area that we've done a lot of great work, but we just haven't spent too much time of clearly defining what that means moving forward.
I think one of the like outcomes was like a shared understanding, a shared goal, and a shared viewpoint of what like that equity framework is and what all those terms mean.
Okay, so then I'm hearing the outcome would be defining equity in the community or organization or both.
One of the lower sheets says common definitions.
Okay, yeah, let's just hear what else you guys have here. So downtown in the city is for all, is for all residents. What's that?
County, I think.
County residents. Downtown city is for all county residents, staffing the topic, outreach framework. Then you guys had equity, DEI committee and equity framework. Shared understanding, clear, I think communication of, and then community is empowered, a sense of belonging, people feel represented. Okay, so these bottom three feel like more outcome type statements to me. And then some of these other things feel like a path to getting there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes? Is that kind of how your conversation was unfolding? Okay. So first outcome then would be a community, where everyone has a sense of belonging. Yes?
We got into an interesting conversation, which is words over time sort of become bad words. Like they accumulate baggage and then like, oh, we can't use that word. Like the word liberal is a classic word, like, that used to be a word that people use, now it's not say progressive. Like, yeah, right, so. It's interesting to communicate clearly using the words and the implications of the words.
Yeah.
We like belonging more as a word.
And then related to that is, Jack and I talking to staff and using the word set, and there wasn't a common definition of what equity means or inclusivity or these things, and so an outcome is that we all know what we're talking about. We're all on the same sheet of music, right?
Okay, so a shared understanding of what equity and inclusive means in Hood River.
Or I think and that's more like an internal,
Internal.
one staff.
Yeah, okay.
And.
Oh, I don't want to miss this word too while we're on this one. Community feels a sense of belonging and represented. Is that the same outcome? Or are they two separate things?
I think it's two separate things.
Why? That's right, I'm asking why, so I can.
Because we were talking just representation on council, representation within our committees that we have. There are diverse individuals that live within the city, within the county, and that is not accurately reflected on some of our committees, and when that doesn't happen, we don't have that lens as we think about decisions that are being made. And there is an unintentional consequence of that perspective is not factored in.
Okay. So then the outcome would be, representation on council boards and committees that reflects Hood River, the community.
Within staff itself, if we don't have Spanish speaking staff
Okay,
to
so-
for customer service.
An organization, council boards and committees, that reflects the Hood River community.
Absolutely, I think a lot of the times when we're with good intentions, we wanna name something, Mariposa Village, for example. Or let's say it's a Native American name. Has that been vetted by that community before we use it, when we want to be well intentioned, but that could be really disrespectful in some ways if we never ask individuals, is that what you want?
Okay, is everybody okay with that as an outcome?
Sorry, I'm lost in that. I think representation is a separate book,
Yes.
but
Yeah.
important added to belonging.
You guys want an
Are your
organization?
views, your origin, your experience, concerns represented somehow?
Yes.
Because a lot of times you see a lot of DEI type efforts. But if the decision makers are all old white guys, nothing is going to change. As much as I'm vested in the old white guy system.
Yeah. And to our conversation yesterday, the youth.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the conversation with, Gladys, myself, a few others talking about youth council. We, give them a voice. So we have just that.
Okay. So do these capture it, a community, the community feels a sense of belonging, And an organization, council, boards and commissions or committees that reflect and represent the Hood River community. Those are the things we're driving towards. Yes. Yeah.
We don't really have control over who's elected to council, because that's up to the voters. So, when people volunteer to run, and they get voted on.
We don't,
I
but
don't know how we're going to control.
But-
that on our end.
when we talk about payment, right, you're gonna get paid, that's an incentive as well. So yes, we don't control who's gonna be elected, but there are incentives that we can offer to better support diverse representation. If we don't have committees like Paul's group, for example, that are at least having these discussions, if we don't have Civics 101 classes, how else are people gonna know here's what this role is and the importance of having representation on that? Now, that doesn't mean that those individuals aren't tokenized either, but that there are incentives along the way in education and empowerment to get to the highest level of this, yes.
And maybe like a stepping stone, a ladder, so that we're not just expecting everyone to all of a sudden run for council who have never been involved, don't understand like the systems, or that this is something that they can and should do. How are we building those stepping stones along the way so that folks who maybe previously would have felt like this isn't something achievable for them, understand that they can?
An important job of every counselor is to recruit.
Yeah.
That's how it happens.
And just kudos to the mayor. I remember the last work session, we had a line for, work on, getting, what we did eventually with AMI, and there was not a whole lot of support, at least at the beginning, and it got done anyway. So I think that was a huge impediment for, opening this up to all sorts of people to be involved in the public process without being priced out. Yeah.
I also think that within the organization, like Adam, I'm gonna pick on you of, you've been here for a really long time. How do we continue to build opportunities so that we retain individuals that are starting off at entry level positions and they are in positions of leadership later on?
Okay.
The Adam Project.
Yeah, no,
We'll come up with that, it'll be great.
Wow. T-shirts, the whole.
All right, as reflected yesterday, Abigail, you guys said it was the Abigail lit. No, got the Adam project, you guys are funny, okay. Now it didn't come back, the thing we were talking about over here, you guys didn't really mention it here yet, so what was the language we were toying with? Yes, Deb?
But Councilor Stupina just said,
Oh, did we
attract, develop, and retain.
It's gotta be Adam.
The Adam
Attract, develop,
Oh,
And retain,
Yeah.
talented staff.
okay, now that you're seeing these come together, where does that belong?
I mean,
I think that's its own separate, that goes back to the internal equity.
In the discussion we were talking about, there's really two focuses of the equity thing. One is, how are we dealing with stuff internal to our organization and our space? And then the other is, how are we enablers and broadcasters of stuff for the community? And so there was sort of a bifurcation of those things.
Well, and I would add that sense of belonging that we discussed it as like the community, but also internally amongst staff as well. And if staff are not physically comfortable, then that doesn't really foster a sense of belonging either. And so, ensuring that, the facilities meet the needs of our employees.
that's why I think it's most important. Other than being able to deliver effective services, like a good meal, for example, like I can't deliver services effectively. That's a different category, but I feel like, people are gonna want to work here if they have.
Maybe let's not get hung up on this well maintained, maybe it's a safe community but maybe it's like, maybe this heading is a little bit different this time.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, I feel like we're getting kind of too dialed into this language.
Organization.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to me as department head to train my people, let them go to training. Does that fall back to equitable to make sure everybody gets opportunity, but at the end of the day, that's my responsibility to have a well-maintained organization, mental well-being, trained up,
have the resources they need.
Exactly.
Yeah, so maybe we could just add like say community and organization.
There's an organization, well-maintained organization that I look at. And I think get on the employees and that, not just citywide.
Yeah.
We have to shrink that down and say, we gotta think about ourselves within this building as much as the community outside this building.
So what if I just put organization up here for now, and you can play around with the title and how it all comes together later,
Sure,
but
healthy might fit in there.
healthy could fit in here. But organization is a component of this too.
That's great, and I have to say, I really appreciate that focus on the organization, I think I said this to Sarah, and not that this has to be all encompassing of everything the city does, but we have some staff who are not gonna see themselves in these goals. And so, having one that includes the organization feels good to me.
And I'm not trying to push it towards organization, but you talked a lot about it in your context mapping, so if it's not coming forward in your outcomes, that's totally fine, but I just don't want you to lose sight of that, if it is important.
Feels to me like another column, trying to mush
Yeah.
well-maintained,
Yes.
safe community, which is outward focusing. And the organization, which is perfectly valid, but I don't know why, are we?
For our-
6 like the perfect number?
For our equity, we talked about a fork in the road for internal equity within the agency and the organization. And out in the community, so that would fit as an additional, like, maintaining the agency is healthy. No margin, no mission, like, we have to have it be well maintained, so we can provide the service to the community.
And I think you're gonna draw some things from resiliency over to organization as well. What is the organization itself need to be resilient as compared to maybe outside community?
Okay, well, before we lose the idea again, it was, because I think we can move these things around because I want to hear what you guys have for resiliency as well. The Adam Project, what are we?
James Brothers is a movie. Apparently.
You can, it is, but what was?
The Adam
one-
Project.
The Adam goal, I think attract, develop, and maintain
Attract, develop, and retain, thank you.
talented staff.
The HR triad of those three.
Right.
Maturity.
Yeah.
We have to go to app and there and make it Adam.
Thank you, that's really awesome.
I think we see like how important that is, like over the last few years, how lucky you've been, we don't wanna. And seeing that the rest of the community and every industry that is working here is having a hard time in the same sense of retaining talent, developing, et cetera, we have to think the same way.
And it comes around to a point Chris was giving us maybe 6 months ago about structural things that cause our revenue expense curves to look less exciting, like, hey, you guys, you gotta like make a plan for costs go up and prices don't,
Okay. Some of these things on here, I think are actions that are gonna fall under some of this. Are you guys, but are we okay with the outcomes that we have got listed here for right now? I do think I'm feeling some shifts, some energy shifting on this side of the board, so let's see how resiliency this one comes out, and then you guys can decide how you wanna make that work.
I still think that informed community needs to be in there.
Yeah.
Informed community, that's.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't write out the whole thing, but. Like that, or there's a separate.
There's a separate
There's a
category
separate
around
one down here.
informed community, and then the project is, our outreach strategy or framework, whatever it is.
Okay, so community and organization feels a sense of belonging. An organization, council, boards, and committees that reflect and represent the Hood River community, and then just in general, an informed community.
Maybe, what about empowered, is that?
Oh, informed, empowered was the word you guys used. Informed and empowered.
I was gonna say like, community has access, I'm trying to like kind of bundle in some of this language stuff as well, but like. Community has access to information that is relevant, understandable, and in their language.
Like on board the like actual project.
Just an informed community, one of the examples that we gave was during the wildfire, that there wasn't any material in Spanish at all.
You guys use informed and empowered, so I'm gonna go with that for right now. Okay. I do think some of this detail here can come up in the project, that you're aligned under that, okay. What do we have for environmentally sustainable and resilient?
Implement the action.
Okay. Environment, net zero by 2035, map out next 10 years, bring focus.
One more time, Sarah?
Yes, so in net zero by 2035, map out the next 10 years and refocus.
I mean, we've had the projects on the back of this form, like it's similar to some of our other plans, so it's just follow our plan.
The other ones, it's sort of like honor and activate the resolution, the environmental resolution we have. So it's not reinventing, it's just refocusing.
This is one of those ones where we made a plan and it's a little dusty. And we need to just act on the plan we made. As
Okay.
opposed to create a plan.
How do you want me to frame it? Honor it, implement it, prioritize it, refresh it?
Prioritize it. We have 10 years to make these goals.
We used honor twice, I like honor.
What's the plan called?
Energy plan?
No, this is the city resolution.
I mean, I guess it's both, but there's nothing that fully, we don't have a set plan to get to like net zero by 2035.
But we have that as a goal.
It's different, like the county energy plan goals are different, and I don't know that.
Oh, then maybe there's
Everything
less.
we need to do to achieve that would be in the county plan.
Oh, that's fine.
That's what's on.
And then one of the things to work on is aligning those two things, right?
So the post-it said what, create steps to get to 2035?
Map out the next 10 years.
So I think I heard honor the resolution. So council passed a resolution in 2020, I think, right? Is that in the 2035 goal?
Sorry.
We didn't do anything.
It wasn't really planned, that was pandemic, so.
Yeah, it's pandemic.
I think it's honor the energy resolution.
Energy resolution.
That's short, I don't know what that means.
Okay.
It's actually should be equitable and inclusive, it's also honor the resolution. I mean, that was, that would be what was shared.
Okay.
In both of these, it was to me a little bit coincidental and ironic that these two were batched together because compared to the other four, both of these feel like there's a introductory sentence, which is like, given the cataclysmic, disastrous nature of things in our world, comma, we're gonna try for some equity and try for some sustainability, like, these are big lifts that everyone else is in deep review on as well. Which is different than the other four, so. These are quite aspirational.
How do you guys feel about the groupings?
They seem done.
They seem what?
They seem done, but I don't know that I've ever grouped them into.
Oh, well, not the twos grouping, just, that was just it for, we had to figure out how to. No, how do you feel about the outcomes aligned with like their headings?
Oh, I thought you meant the order.
You wanna move anything, so.
Before you can get into the next step, which is identifying some potential actions for these areas. We need to make sure the areas are, the outcomes feel accurate and directive, and that they're organized in the right groupings. And I think it felt fine. Having the conversation felt really like direct until we got down to these two. And then I'm not sure.
I think facility got lost right about where you had your hand. Like, where did facility happen?
It didn't. Well, I think that's where we started getting into like well-maintained, it's and safe, and we need to have a well-maintained organization, and then we didn't really get into facility. We talked about forecasting service delivery needs, which could kind of go there. Formalizing relationships with partners, staff.
Those last two, like, the facility should be. Part of it, like, facility should be part of those last two, I feel like.
Equity and environmental.
No, like within forecasting service delivery needs, like she was just talking about.
Okay,
project development.
under well maintained.
Yeah, because you talked about attracting people and maintaining people and people that come, you know, like if they don't have an office, are they gonna wanna come work for us or whatever?
So do you guys feel like the outcomes here then address that?
Not enough on facility.
It could be more explicit. Define or determine a long-term space direction.
Like address long-term space needs?
Whatever that is, we have an idea, but we haven't determined what we're gonna do about it.
I mean, to kind of summarize your conversation earlier, you talked about, we have a lack of space, we're at capacity on space. And we also have some assets that haven't been very well maintained. There's a lot of challenges along in there, we've kicked the can down the road, and the question, I think, Doug, that you posed was, how much longer are we gonna kick the can? So,
I think forecasting service is where facility could fit.
okay, so forecasting service and facility
Yeah.
needs, service delivery and facility needs. And try that. I worked with a facilitator once and he was always like, just wear it, just try it on for a little bit, just wear that for a while, see how it feels, see how it fits, and we can always change it, so. You can just wear that one as you get into your action planning discussions and see if that feels appropriate. Yeah, do you like that better?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do we feel about the grouping? So. Feel more organized? Have we captured everything we want to capture?
Do we care if the bottom two bullets are a seventh column or not? Does that matter at this point?
If we care that what? Oh, if these are a separate column?
Yeah.
Does that elevate importance, demonstrate commitment from the council to the city, like?
Well, I think recognizing that the organization has a different set of outcomes than the well-maintained and safe community, which is more outward facing, is sort of where my head was.
Well, it is kind of like a cascading effect of, if we bucket that onto itself, things that are happening up here will happen, right? Like, you know, we'll be able to do all these sorts of things if that onto itself is taken care of. Like, so it's like a cascading effect almost, like, you know, we're not able to achieve any of this without attracting, developing, retaining staff, forecasting, so, you know, right?
Abby, do you have a thought on that?
I do, I was just thinking about those last two bullets under well maintained and then the internal parts of the equitable and inclusive and informed. And making that just one that is about the health of the organization. And that's almost like you got these 6 on top and then underneath that, like the base is like a healthy organization that can then do those things.
Like sharpen the saw.
Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? You don't have the space to work or the tools you need, you can't do those things.
Yeah, the iceberg, and
It is icebergy.
metaphor.
But I see those two bullet points from well maintained and then a number of bullet points from the equitable and informed as being an internal goal, and then everything else is external.
So like this, this.
And then as I start working through that, there are internal environmental things to work through, right? Like the energy efficiency of, you know, electric vehicles for our fleet and stuff.
Yeah.
That could fit into a new internal goal.
Okay.
And a piece of that I like is it captures the bandwidth, self-discipline thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could, you know, take on some huge project, but that would put the organization at risk, like Abigail would burn out, like, that's important. To not do that, to protect ourselves, protect the organism.
Honor the organization.
Honor,
Yeah.
honor the organization.
You guys are so honorable.
There's some capacity there, like not only like capacity to serve the future, capacity to manage internally, like when you talk about forecasting service delivery and needs, it's you have the capacity to fulfill those too. It's not like, there's a big job up there. Okay, what, here, okay, good.
Get to work.
And the same thing with attracting and retaining staff, you know, that goes to building this organization's service organization. You attract, develop, and retain staff, so you have the capacity to fulfill, you know, all the things out there. Because without capacity, you do nothing.
Right.
And I don't know, if people are choosing or have worked in for municipalities before, et cetera, it'd probably be really easy for Sandy and Abigail and others to be able to say, the city council is so dedicated to ensuring that this is a good place for you to work, that they're willing to, even elevate this into like their major goals, right? Like,
It's a form of recognition.
it's a form of recognition.
Well, a form of recognition, and let's not kid ourselves, it also takes a staff capacity.
I was getting corrected, what are you going to say?
Yeah. Okay. New area, healthy organization. If I had enough room to like draw a whole iceberg, I would, but you guys get it, it's down here. And there's elements of these things that go in here as well. Okay, so you now have 7 areas that you're gonna action plan with. I'm gonna put you back in small groups to work on this for the sake of time. Nuance to this part of the exercise is you have these things to deal with over here. Are things that we flagged for refinement. And so the way your plan is organized now, it doesn't necessarily assign these to a specific goal area, but for the sake of our process today, we need to assign those so that we know which group is going to work on them. So, houselessness needs refinement, which I think would go in housing, okay? Who's gonna be our house, are you guys gonna stay in the same groups and keep working together? Or somebody, you guys wanna switch it up?
I think it's fine, like, if we stayed the same, because everything got said, I think you get said.
Yeah, and now you're gonna expand on it and talk about some suggested actions for your areas.
If there's something that's not up there, anybody can say that, right? So
Yeah, it's just an efficiency standpoint to to manage our time.
No full notes.
Yeah. Okay, so houselessness, the group and the housing group is gonna work on refining that, so if anybody needs to make note of what your assignments are. Let's see, you have some things that are gonna continue and those are fine, we'll deal with, merging those into the plan. Later, the bond election strategy. That needs refinement, who's gonna work on that? The healthy organization group?
Yeah. Or well maintained.
So we need a healthy organization group now needs to go with, it gets grouped in.
It depends on what you guys pick to do,
Right.
right? I mean, the beginning of it is healthy organization, but if it's picking to do land acquisition for housing and open space, that's.
I suggest healthy organization in that, to start, this is an internal project.
Yeah, like we wanna have that defined, is like the goal.
Agreed.
I'm not
Okay.
probably sure the bond is.
So healthy organization, maybe it gets lumped into, like, since a lot of these things started with this, why don't the group who was working on transportation and well maintained also works on healthy organization? That, because of that bond election strategy could fall in any of those really. All right, so that group is gonna work there. We have community outreach, that one goes to equitable, inclusive, informed. And then the development process improvement, development review process improvement, that needs some refinement, that's gonna go to housing bucket. The public safety facility goes to our well-maintained and safe group, and what else do we have? The development code audit and update, that goes to housing.
Yep.
Housing, okay, and then the Heights streetscape plan. Transportation. Racial and social equity are equitable, yep, and I think that's it.
Sarah, may I add?
Yes.
So on the chart that I distributed earlier, the back of that, and then like frequently using the words that we, has the very bottom, there are highlighted, bullet points. These are things you have told me over the last 2 years, you wanted to keep me, and you wanted me to keep a running list of projects you wanted to think about when we got to today. They're really obvious as to which category they go in. Preservation of local home environments, more outreach in Spanish. The only one I think would be, explore closing downtown streets to traffic in the summer, is that transportation, or is that parks and open space? I was gonna say inclusive and.
It's like all of them.
Is that your item, where you want?
You guys may.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, open space, everything else, but don't miss these.
Yeah, don't miss those. And may I take us back to our guidelines for success of, acknowledge your available resources.
Mhm.
Staff is in on these conversations to help remind you of capacity. And this is now let's really keep in mind that this is a 2-year work plan endeavor, so let's be reasonable. Megan?
So you just listed everything we're supposed to refine. What do you mean by refine?
Those were projects, actions you guys had in the last work plan that needed some refinement. Like, what is its next iteration? How it's currently written doesn't quite give the explicit direction that's needed, so I think in some of these, we actually have this first one, the development code audit and update. Is like, the audit's complete, the work's continuing, but we need to make things clear and identify hurdles of development. Does it incentivize the development we want? So like, what's next on this? What direction would you, what is staff working on next related to the development code audit and update? Where council would have a policy role.
I think many of them is probably continuing, I think the two different would be the High Streetscape plan has been adopted, it has been incorporated in the TSP now. It's on the like implementation or funding phase, so that one looks different than it did before. And the other one I think is houselessness, which we had a policy advocacy role at the legislature, and now we're talking about like 20-year.
Yeah, the year-round shelter was the thing.
But many of them are like, at least the heading probably stays the same.
Yes, but
Giving
giving
that's
this,
up to me and staff to find the actions that would reflect the new reality.
yeah, so this is an opportunity for the council to give some input on the actions that go into these things.
There is like a third category. I'm thinking about this from parklets. TNCs should probably be other transportation that we're already working on.
We have that there right now.
But yeah, I mean, we have to refine, like, we can start it. It wasn't a significant project or whatever, but it became one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So similar to parklets, it's like the beginning of that work plan. Parklets were on there, but like, it was like one of the ones where it's like, yeah, it got done pretty early in the year, but it's not captured last work kind of measure, so.
Adopted mid-cycle.
So it should be on there because of that, like similar to parklets.
Okay.
Uber Lyft, yeah.
Alright.
So since staff was very interested, so we saying that every one of the that are yellow numbered are gonna be base rate?
No.
Well, I get it, but I get the ones that are complete not, but everything with the numbers there, they were goals the city had, so we're saying yesterday, probably yesterday, you guys determined that the council wants to move forward with all those for the next 2 years. Or are we going to look at that, and say, yeah, we really don't wanna make that as a.
Yeah, so, well, some of them are coming off,
Yeah.
some of these, it's just this list.
Yeah.
Some of these are coming off the list, those are the ones that are marked complete,
Yeah.
And then the ones that are marked refined are like, what's the next step on this?
Project, council wants to.
They want to consider.
Just consider,
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
we this, then we have to prioritize, where's the
But
product?
there's a point where we can say, why are we going down this road?
Yeah.
There's one more step after. the-
Yeah, because now you have some new things to consider, and so keeping again back to, it's back to. So keeping in mind available resources, what is realistic for proposing based on what you were doing before? And now looking at this big picture of what it is that you want, the directions you guys wanna move, what makes sense? Can't do everything. Yeah, and then we'll do a prioritization to help like give some additional input on this as well. This is not just to manage expectations, this isn't going to be like final complete by the time we get done today. It's going to give us all the input and data we need to put a draft plan together for you, using the prioritization data, using this outcome language, we'll be able to craft some draft goal language for you. And then you're gonna have some projects, actions that you suggest. I try not to call them projects, they're actions, and then staff will refine those into what becomes the work plan. Okay.
We wanna have more than less at this stage, and then they get voted off the island kind of thing, or?
Everybody kind of has their own strategy to how they do this, but I would say be as realistic as you can. You don't have unlimited resources. don't propose everything in the kitchen sink, that's gonna just make it take a lot longer. If you wanna stay here for a really long time today, we can do that, but I would say try to come with an honest, like, pragmatic proposal for your colleagues. Okay. We good? Ready? On your market set, let's take 30 minutes.
I'm working on
Yeah, I think so. Hey, Abigail, where do I put my? Okay. Are you finished with it? Yeah, I was gonna.
About 20 AMI, but even affordable housing capital.
Okay, ready?
So you feel that the mural wasn't letting me upload the entrance. So I opened the app on my phone and I uploaded the entrance there. So the mural's really finicky like that. Like I shut it down, browser, like and it still wasn't working. So if that happens, if you download that app. Thank you. Sometimes mural really hard to put people.
By supporting fire and.
Fire station has a community room.
Right, and use it.
And that's really the title. Civic, not a police, it is a police facility, but it's bigger.
But it's really for all of us that come in and want to work. Yeah, I don't know if they have that access to the lines, but it's not just spinning it and sell it. We're not as a community supporting, our working environment always is what it's was, but I think we're really for us. So that we can maintain and continue to that are here at my church. I just. But I think so we got our, like that was a big bomb. Yeah, I tried to write down what we had finding and try to figure out how to share it's in there. It was the bond, the public safety facility, the high school, and then the.
I think like the school, just the public safety.
Might take it as like.
When we refine it, it's all answer. Maybe that's an easy refine, instead of just. Well, like we got there. Well, buildings. Hopefully that should be at one thirty. People at one stop shop, go down the hall and be there. And it doesn't have to.
I was like, as long as it's booked, I was gonna hurry, you know, so I have to do it. That's it, to be short, that's what you see, what it's like, right?
That's actually.
Really far away.
It is, that's right.
Every hour.
Yeah, it's first. Access to the general public. Especially we.
No question is higher. Which is why that, why was how you encourage these property is ideal. That, I mean, even more, just your things.
So it's not.
Only why we don't go.
As example.
We're constrained by our resources.
So we did space thousands and that site study, we pulled them back to Kalamazoo, we had 7 spots. That was, alright, so it's not word of that stuff, I was gonna say, let's flash, you're leaving, right?
I think what the. Particular one, in actions in the next 2 years with one, just short-term stuff, leasing some space for us. Because even if we're to build a building, it's probably 5 years before that building would actually be built. And then the second one, will be support, you know, space. We've done a like safety analysis, or we've done a police analysis, but we've done. You're right. I don't know if that was injury to the country's government or.
With the bond, are we, you know, don't we want the items in the bond to be better? But we don't even know if it's for the building or if it's for parts or whatever. Yeah. I don't agree with that study. Yeah. Healthy organization.
So my.
Yes, healthy organization. And honor the energy or something of that balance, is that right? Sophia Weinberg from
So, the only thing I would probably suggest is where I worked previously, they did a study on words. Sounds kind of funny, but what resonated with the public, like what's better than what, but also tolerance. Versus when you say public safety bond, if it's a police fire thing. Or if it's a public works, public safety bond, like measuring.
In action for a bond definitely requires public.
Yeah, so but create, because I don't think we've ever entered into that, I don't honestly know if on behalf of the city, but. If,
Yeah, I've never done it here.
but for us to create that opportunity to have that done, come up with a list of wording or word groupings to test. Because that test will help drive, that test of the message will drive bond success. So you're not just like, oh yeah, we need this sidewalk and a thing and a police facility. And then people are really like, nah. Just knowing what will be successful to test those waters so that you know, we're going at it in the right way, that it's the right terminology, the right words. In other words, you're marketing, right? So we have to do a marketing analysis of what.
Yeah, I know, I'm not to do
Okay. Oh, well, I should have helped you the first time. Yeah. But that would be my suggestion. But having worked in a large fire district that ironically, it's, you say fire in a bond, typically people are supportive. It was interesting on, I'll say what I learned was it was certain words resonated more than others. Or things that we do that the public doesn't know that we do. So when you're doing the paragraphs of supporting stuff, that those words themselves are also complementary. It's a big.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a new city hall.
Maybe it's not.
Well, that's just. I also appreciate something.
Well, I think she
We
wants-
need to be proactive, not reactive, the forecasting comment made a lot of sense of not just like, what do we need, the housing, board and stuff, like, what do we need in fact.
Well, our space is 50, standard spaces, they give 40. So, is that?
I mean, it may just be a second to figure out what those things are, but I still would suggest, highly suggest testing those waters and figuring out what's the resonant words that the public are gonna gravitate towards as a supportive terminology or supportive project versus not. So there's a whole host of things that we don't know, we don't ask, and I would hate for us to fail just at word choices or groupings. When a project can focus on these things, but free up funds for this, you know, just pick your direction. And you'll. Kind of belong.
Or yeah.
Strategy.
There was, they're on the sticky note.
They test,
PR marketing.
yeah, they test marketing, is basically what it is, but they're really good at forecasting demographic and supports and.
It's just early in the class, like a concept, that's one person just said, it's from our building, or a road.
And we'll write our statements and then those are gonna be the actions.
So you do that action for that. You do that after you talk to those guys after.
So I really turn on like Sarah's.
And what we really know.
I think it's an iterative process in which here are the things we think, here are 8 things we're trying to do, and or they come and say, like, these 4 were good, it's these 4, I did it, and then you go, okay, now what?
You're just dialing in focus to make sure that you're going after the need of the thing you need and not like, let's just do it. So, which is great, but that, I have experience with that company, but I'll just say I was absolutely shocked that they had it nailed. With passing and everything, they knew the demographic.
I think we would need to prioritize our list first, so we can define scope for them.
Oh,
And then they will figure out in that scope what's feasible.
That's just asking. I would just say a marketing plan for a pound like that, and just that's.
Yeah.
The umbrella.
That's operational.
Or researching.
Yeah, so what I have right now is, missing spaces, short-term goal, a full analysis of city space needs, and then, PR marketing, bond strategy, engage, PR marketing. Bond strategy. Professionals to help us out what would actually pass, is that work?
Or you say that way.
Yeah. I would think, if I had a really, I want this, I would be a lot.
Hire the salesman.
Okay, so that's bond, what about well, that kind of covers the bond.
You know, a lot of those projects we're having to do.
Streetscape also includes their jurisdictional transfer.
Yeah.
So, I had a question about that.
Yeah. So we're talking about acquiring title to land from.
Yeah.
But we wanted to. We wanted to pay us.
Yes, we want to take it out.
Yeah, this one.
$30 million.
It depends on what they choose to allocate money on.
And we would just, in the sixties, or would we ask for it?
No, we already know.
We already have those.
Cascade.
West Cascade.
Yes.
Are we asking for it all at once, or?
Because we're going to do. That's what I'm saying. And probably we're going to do a cascade. Good for that. And so.
What do we have?
And then once we've done that, then.
So.
And there we are.
Like,
I guess it's natural.
Okay, if they wanna give us the money to be ready, we can get ready.
Yeah. Everybody possible. Everybody's gonna have, we get the.
We're not just trying to figure out.
Couple buzzwords.
Not us, yeah, absolutely not.
What do we do?
Yeah. We have the conversation.
So for the height of the boundary to figure out how we're gonna fund the project.
Yeah, that's keep pursuing the area.
No, but that's the
The
bond money that we're particularly. Well.
Well, money could, but that's the Heights streetscape is energy protection transfer.
And we just like, I would like to see us like at least fix the cost, you know, like do some stuff up there until we get to that. It's like, we gotta figure out where the giant eye coming from.
But realistically, that's, we don't own any of it.
We don't, yeah.
Still
Right,
own it.
but
So
isn't that like, we need to go through the ODOT thing and they're considering it, and when are they gonna tell us?
That we can't do anything.
Well, when are they gonna tell us? If they're doing it? Everywhere, what they're doing?
So it's like legislation, because there's so much, the problem is we don't, I don't think. There's so much maintenance stuff needs to be done.
Right.
On those roads that we just don't want to take it. Us.
I get that.
So much money.
We're being given a derelict home.
Right.
that needs
I
plumbing.
totally understand. So we're negotiating with them to fix it up.
So that's what we also get this money and we give it.
But that's a process, right? Like that's being worked on.
Yeah.
So.
Slow roll government, fix the roads.
Right, so what are we doing in the next 2 years?
I see. Interjurisdiction transfer code out.
That was, that's in process.
That is the idea.
And that's the cheese.
That is.
That's a 2-year statement.
That is the 2-year thing.
There's a lot of stuff that goes behind it, obviously, all the specific prevention.
Irrigation for roads, it's a.
So I think you're right, that's right now, and that's part of, that was part of the J. So this will be similar to the. All the crosswalks.
Yeah, there are a few little curb cuts and things in the Heights that will be done in Utah.
That's what I'm saying, when you can remove after you can teach one of us.
No.
I know we don't
No.
know the name, but.
No.
So the
And
transfer
we can't-
first and.
You're gonna learn, ODOT is like.
I mean, I've been on the Riverville committee for a while, I understand it's been very slow with that, but my understanding was that. We already like brought this to them, it's in progress, they haven't said yes or no
Well,
yet.
just think about this, that kind of street.
Yeah,
I think it's.
which is why we wanna take it over so we can actually do things.
We
Yes.
can't do the full Heights streetscape filled out the way you're envisioning it because ODOT still owns that. Once we do interjurisdiction transfer, then we can,
Right,
but not the.
but are we
scope
working
that-
on finding funding for it, so when we can
That's-
do it,
that's the
we have. the-
That's the transfer, they give money
Money
for it
attached
too.
to transfer.
But we need. Right, but so we're not looking for any other ways of funding it, we're just expecting ODOT to do it.
We'll work on the rest of it.
Okay, that's not something that we as a council.
Right, it's already in process.
Right.
Yeah, the urban renewal district.
So what are we? Yeah.
That's,
so
that would be,
what?
that would be some, that would be better.
I guess I'm just confused about what we need to fund. So we should do something.
You're exactly right.
Let's, you know,
That was very blunt.
That one is just
get the money.
get the money.
Okay, so is there anything else? Is there anything else? So the, organization.
I think what was mentioned, or I say what resonated, was they're talking about what happens if the city becomes 12,000 people. What are those impacts by department? And then what are some other things that are like certifications, I think, so you talk about water, and different certificates. It's probably really weird.
I started
Also nuances like, oh my God.
You have one?
You probably should have a written plan. Insurance, what does that trigger? Tax development and everything. Also public safety and fire. We don't necessarily have. Static, like, call volume. That's a metric that we measure, like, does that automatically always need adding a staff member? I would say that's a field of discussion in some regards. The common answer for most public safety is I just throw a body at it, well, is that police officer or firefighter, no police officer? Yes and no, but not always that is a solution to everything necessarily. I mean, we're small enough that it sort of is, because we can have like other levers to go on, make other things work.
But I always push for more, it's 1 second, not 75%. We can push that, get 24.
I know, for the rest of the just keep the energy flowing.
So we've got to make sure.
I was tempted to put them on multiple times when I walked back there. I like, those are. I am tempted and I just. Yeah, it was kind of nervous.
Take that on.
The flip side of that coin is, and I think it seems unlikely that will happen, like the forecasting of it could be better, if I want to develop it, that's starting to be like. We're already doing,
We're already seeing that, we're in cost for development. And we build it and have all these, we have several. We can't afford to do it, then it's a lot. So sitting there.
Collaboration with the county and members and other or the hospital, like when you build some kind of where
Dialed on, it's not the same. I know, there's even more.
Was his pitch, and which the community. So, but financially, it does.
That was we anticipated $1,000 and $2 million loan from the city of media costs. So that's $500,000 and we have $2.6 million. Yeah, from the subsidy and from the financial. We have a brown well and time regional territory. It's street from there. How do we maintain routines and how do we make sure that even if it roads have to plow, people can even say, you know, there's nothing. Make the people that are
funding and that kind of stuff.
Property taxes are going to be the same and stable and still be the same rates all the time. We'll just have less demands on services, less calls for service. So if the population suddenly drops, margins don't matter.
Settings we never see.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a house available for sale, it's, even at that. And then we've got, that's looking at. What do you guys think? Per door, per. No, it's one, people population.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What happened here?
Both of them are one bedroom. Yeah, right, there are some.
So how many total?
129 units. Yeah, I think that's the case. They reduced the number of, part of the value. We got to look at one, but more one, and we are big one. Or the other moment of that.
Okay.
So 130 families.
They don't want to get a recession. Yeah. We didn't stop.
I see that.
And financial. We never had money, that never enough money. It was just. It was and it got. That's what.
Generation. No, it's not for forgiving.
How it gets funded, I don't know.
Oh, here goes the iceberg. I would say the only thing to, just to make sure it's not lost, is just a development plan for, in the city. So does that mean triggers and the tasks that come with it? No, just as we grow, what are those things that we need to plan for, whether it's. Needs, things. I don't know how that's gonna add it, but it's not difficult to have some, a written plan of population triggers.
You're retired now.
Delivery metrics and you guys will.
Oh, on Mondays.
I got 3 days
tomorrow, so. Yeah.
Probably plenty of
After that.
law enforcement for public works. Like, we're a reactive with some proactive action. That is all sort of different than that's handled. Ideally, not starting fires, put fires out. If that makes sense. We'll try to, but there's things that have to.
What has to be on paper, and then, other things I have. Is this sorry, that's the sidewalk replacement thing,
Yes.
I know this will then use the maintain our homes, and then we're like, oh, I have to pull that, put in the sidewalk. Why is it up to the homeowner to put in the sidewalk? I know, yeah, and I've had conversations with him and the about it before, and there's places where you can. Yeah.
Like it's.
Yeah.
I think it's like, we as a community or society, I think like awesome developers rather than the bigger quantity for things that are like in that yard. Right, so. The public, I just told them, yeah.
car into my yard, you know, is it my yard?
Right, oh, yeah, or you can, there's a highway there when you bought that home, like, but now you have to shovel it.
Well, I don't have a sidewalk, but I have my yard.
Sometimes people are resistant, like, in the sidewalk, and you're like, I don't know how to do it. About that. Or, you know, people. Yeah. When you're doing it, you're putting a mile of sidewalk in, you know, like which side of the street? Like, that side. Yeah, not my side. Yeah, we put a lot of residents for that.
Hey, you guys, don't forget to take a little break if you need one. Are you guys done? No?
So.
Close?
No.
Yeah.
You can actually, you guys can help.
Are you guys stuck?
So is that something that you can do?
But that's the, yeah, when we, if the project is identified.
Okay, time about 10 minutes, which includes your break, so.
Take a little break, does that work?
The one is on the ring, right there. Someone brings it. Someone sitting down, sits there. We want to incentivize them in the city. Yep.
You're right.
No, my dog. My wife's a few days, they might not want me. He doesn't know that.
Right, like $100,000. Those are $40,000. Well, for the whole world.
Yeah.
Because they were like, playing the game. Have our actions.
Oh, yes.
So the actions were, first of all, it says here, engaging in marketing response strategy. Complete the international transfer and forecasting. But they're out. Do we run more?
Sorry, we should through it.
Infrastructure, varying providing regional charging stations. We have the money to do that? No. Are we going to explore with that? There's grant money, is there that much grant money? Right.
I would tell you no, because.
Especially with the amount of Tesla charging.
Yeah, but the Tesla charging stations are almost all in there.
Yeah.
I mean, not that they're not being used, totally, but they're not fully used.
So can we say that's no longer, that, not a.
We haven't done that yet.
It's on,
It's in
it's
the,
under transportation as far as like an action in the next 2 years.
the action will be determine how we regulate PNC for tax. Yeah, adopt. In some.
Regardless of whatever you decide, you still have, the code has to be changed. And I have dress size.
Adopt code regarding tax.
It'd be nice to not.
So that third bullet, like, down the road, like, is that a thing?
Downtown.
Is that a thing that
That's been asked about, yes.
Still been asked about.
What would you like to talk about it?
Having a tree shut down?
Yes.
I think it's awesome.
Okay.
Do I think it's a public safety problem, as long as we have access to get to the road or something? We're gonna shut down.
Pedestrian. No, summertime.
Just the summer?
Thursday through Sunday.
Oh, that's the debate. Do we pedestrianize part of it? How much of it do we do?
What if I'm disabled? So you said.
There's no one.
There is.
I was in the doctor's.
There are.
No, I get it.
Guys.
Okay, mentally.
There are a number of ways to do it.
I was telling her
You can
to
do all of
choose
it.
a great vaccine for water.
Oh, yeah, there's also.
Recognize it, stop it.
No parking here. That'll be.
Just one more, that's a bar.
Where is it burning? Oh, out.
You go to.
They were talking about their water system.
So it's possible to, the question for council is how much. we want to
Yes,
use for it.
and I'm like.
So I think the other
Here's
is
the
that
thought.
we're talking about.
I have
Also, look at us, I have this one from the source.
So I think that I is come up with a plan to,
But I was like, I was talking about how.
But they have some
Water
private
system
people.
is at this part of the. I think it might-
Feel really good about
Yeah,
it.
I don't, I still can solve water maintenance fees, I would be able to.
City was favoring the advantage of having
If there's just one, just one.
It depends on the business.
that's funny, it's like, I don't. I don't, well, also, I think it was on the corner, there were, I looked back to I see people and all someone was in, because I actually don't, so when you see people, you know, moving in cars and then it's insane, I thought that down, the business can still get a lot of. I mean, I think about it, like, well,
If not more, because people would be more active, not come to the target.
No, it's 70.
Oh, sorry.
It's on, I feel it very well. Dozens of residents.
Abigail, speed cameras?
That was my kid.
Yes, that was a public one.
Okay, so that was.
That's something you want.
It makes sense for- Small sign.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
Either these are like, they have it from Mark, is it
Oh,
like,
I
it's also-
appreciate it.
I understand what you're
Instead of like cameras, more like, you're going this fast, you know, more.
Like the one on the Coke in six.
Yeah.
You know, it really makes sense.
Does it work on the kids on the e-bikes? E-bikes, I know some kids that have crashed on their e-bikes.
You just see one of your officers, that's conversation, it's like, we're-
They're allowed to take those on the school property.
I don't know what to do with that.
We don't have.
That's cool.
The school does, yeah, that's right.
Very sidewalks. We don't have a funding in place.
No, it's that would be general fund.
The kids that are riding the bicycles. It makes my ears bleed easier. The kids that are riding the bicycles that are there in high school. It's like, we're so, because the kids are like, well, you know, they're supposed, technically, they're supposed to be 16, but they're like, what was the name of the child? You thought like your 13-year-old child, you thought that you had last night. Oh my God, she's in they're 6. Wow. So it's just be happens, I know, they have to be confident and they're good. That's what's not.
Maybe go on like.
There's the delay of the money. Well, there, that's good.
Yeah, no, they're.
I know.
Get out, I love that.
Yeah, so it's for some person.
It makes me. It's the.
Yeah, well,
Good job.
yeah.
Is that, do we want that as a?
We're not the Titanic.
It was funny, I just went over to Sasha and I was like, can you Google expert, where real quick and do it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the last time I had any taste the sensation. Yeah. Oh, really? Bloody lips.
Exactly.
Yeah. He's just coming. Yes. They're operating it. I got a lot of fun.
Alright, guys, we are expert home stretch, we are. Let's bring this home, speak, do some prioritization and get your one your way. We ready? Ready? Alright, we had our house, our group that was working out there, they just came in, they were ready to rock, put their post-its up, so let's start there. So, housing, we talked about our outcomes, we want a diverse, multi-generational community. We'll have more types of housing, diverse housing, efficient use of land, and all people having access to safe and dignified housing. And so what they came up with for actions, reestablish in-house engineering building staff and recalibrate the budget.
That has to do with development, development, which one is it?
Review process.
Number 9 over there.
Okay.
Development review process.
All right, so that's the refinement there.
Yeah.
Okay, political and financial support for McCap to develop a year-round shelter in Hood River.
Houselessness.
Okay, that's a refinement.
11 over there.
And then acquired land for Mariposa Village 2.0.
That's new. It's like, it's related to number 5, but it's not a continuation, it's
Okay, this is new.
Yeah.
Then we have implement code update based on audit results.
That's related to the development code, which is number 1, so.
Okay.
Audit's complete, but now we have to actually change the code
Okay,
and implement.
and then we have established mobile park preservation strategy.
That was from the back of the memo.
The running list.
More or less, that we felt that that language was kind of inclusive of code changes, et cetera. But yeah, that's related to that in the memo.
Okay, and then establish financial position in the development of needed housing.
So that would be more of a shift in the mindset of the city of like, you know, we're gonna say that we're gonna have a financial position in the development for needed housing. So that,
spend money.
yeah, and that might be, and we've done this piecemeal, so that might be like a Mariposa Village 2.0, that might be missing middle housing incentive programs or the tweaking thereof. That might be like what we're discussing for Taylor, for, you know, McCad initiated loan for desirable housing. So more or less establish a financial position, formalize that versus doing things piecemeal.
Like to the point of like having a budget line for it?
Yeah,
In a program.
in a program.
I really like that.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Okay, questions?
No, that's okay.
Where is the addressing hurdles that are not just in planning, but the interface between planning and building and engineering? Yes.
Yeah.
Probably the first one, yeah.
It's probably, what was that?
The first one, top left.
Engineering and building went in there.
Back in house.
Well, I think
That's a
maybe,
big part of it.
can't read that part.
reestablish in-house engineering building staff and recalibrate the budget.
So that assumes process improvements.
Planning and building.
Start getting equipped with humans to run the process is important, so.
No, all right.
So should I put it on just as a sub note, just process improvement?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing it.
Yeah.
And the budget part is paying for those humans.
Paying for it correctly, not general fund, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the recalibration of the budget is it's operated in a budget deficit. Recalibrating the budget is reassessing the fees so that we have sustained capacity.
I think the other part of that is transitioning our building service, many of our building official services from the county back into the city. We started that, but we've not done the heavy lifting of that yet. That was the hire of Greg Berry. Who's gotten his certifications now and do it all.
But it will never be 100%. There'll always be components that the
Inspections will
county.
still have-
Yep.
But that's an IGA that will need to be finalized.
Okay. Are you guys comfortable with these actions? Does anybody feel like anything major is missing at this stage?
I'm really excited about a couple of those.
Good, we like the excitement. Excited about the work ahead, okay, if I'm not seeing any pushback now, some of this language might evolve a little bit for work planning purposes, but I wanna make sure we've got like the main ideas here. Okay. Next, for parks and open space, the action here is to pilot seasonal Oak Street closure plan.
I think it's a strong word.
I feel safe.
And we didn't wanna put like every Saturday, all summer, we wanna develop what that might look like. Where would it be closed from? We wanna develop what that would look like.
Can I talk us into explore instead of pilot?
I'd say pilot is more direct.
It started out as closed roads.
Oh, I see. I did not pick up your tone, Paul. Clearly.
The point would be to try something in the next year, so.
Yeah.
So just explore doing it in 3 years.
All right, I tried.
Also, we didn't write this down, but do you think like acquire land for? Yeah, so that was one I was gonna say, maybe we should add based on what Mark was saying earlier, which is like acquire land for
Parks and housing
based on the parks.
on the urban fringe while it's cheap.
I think it's a good idea.
Do you guys wanna add an action on there, acquire land for parks, for future parks?
To be considered, yeah.
Park/housing. We will not use the P word though.
Similar to the.
Yeah, you have acquired land for housing, okay.
Can I ask a process question? I'm sorry if you already explained this. So are these all potential projects that we are then voting on?
Council will prioritize these.
Okay.
The incoming council will prioritize these.
Can I ask why it's acquire as opposed to, I mean, does it matter if it's owned by the city versus working with the Parks and Rec and helping them develop already acquired? Or
Open space too. And
That too.
Or it could be easements. I mean, there's-
Actually, I was gonna say for the language, that exact point, it would be sort of acquire land or secure easements. Right? So-
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Acquire land or security easements.
And partner with others.
Or partner with
Partner with other
parks.
Yeah.
Facilitate.
Not just play a regulatory role, but an active participant in all these.
If we're not buying something, we're talking to the Hood River County Parks and Rec to see if they're doing something, just to ensure that we get to that number.
Thing is,
Sorry. It's been a long day. HRB.
I mean, it's also, I think, the idea being is it's also things.
Right now, for
Internet.
like simplification purposes, I'm just gonna have, cause you guys are gonna do some polling on this.
Yeah.
It'll be acquire land or secure easements for future parks, but I'll put in underneath, like, we'll modify this language, so it's also understood, like, when we collaborate with the Parks District.
Mm-hmm.
Also, don't
Make
know if
them
we
do
need
it.
to iron out seeing trail connections specifically in there, if that's considered.
Okay, anything else on parks and open space? You guys comfortable with these two actions?
there was a level of service. Line in the last
yeah,
chart
in the
that
outcomes.
should have a
As
yellow
an action
sheet
on
too.
here, identify levels of service.
Is that well maintained or is that parks and open space? I don't care either way, but.
It was under, we had on there, yeah, define the level of service for city parks.
Yeah, we should put that.
So we have a lot under.
It's like step
romance.
2 of the master plan.
It's not in the master plan already?
Because the master plan is multi-jurisdictional, it doesn't get down to the level of like individual city parks. It does get more.
Boy, like how do they charge an SDC if they don't know what the per person park demand is? I mean, how do you do
But
that?
it's only for capital improvement as opposed to maintenance.
All right, transportation, what do you have? I have transportation team.
Yep, so under the height streetscape, we had, was it complete the interjurisdictional transfer? That was fine. Then, adopt taxi/PNC code. And
Taxi slash what?
TNC.
Transportation network.
TNC.
Code.
And then we want to steal the pilot, seasonal streetscape thing, because that's a transportation, that's also a transportation thing kind of, but we're,
Yes.
yeah, we want that too. Yeah.
And the final product of this will look like this, where things check multiple boxes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave this here now,
Yeah, that's
but we'll know that there's.
Yeah.
All right, but you guys have the same thing, good, anything else on transportation?
There's one small thing that I will own explicitly, and there, yeah,
Build a bridge.
yeah.
Wait, we didn't miss that, very company.
That there are very, not, while honoring the TSP, there are very small edits that we could possibly make in the TSP that will make it a more efficient, better, useful document, in my opinion. For example, our bike network goes up Hospital Hill and has bikes on that road, which nobody bikes up and down that hill. Everybody goes up Sherman and up next to it. That's an example of one small edit that we can reroute the bike route to go up that route instead, which people actually bike on.
That's really funny. I was gonna mention the same thing. It's, I can't believe we've never talked about that, but that's something as a cyclist, it's like, I see people like that aren't from town, like, you know, you go to Portland, it's like really well defined, like where the bikes go. People can be like, I don't care, I'm still gonna whistle, you know, at you, on the major streets or whatever, but like, it's pretty clear where you go. Here it is not. You know, we have a Shero here and there or whatever, but like, that's Shero, but yeah. That's a real.
Okay, all right, it's for time's sake.
Yeah, but I.
Lingo.
I
What
would
are
agree
we, what's the proposed action we're adding?
with that. TSP?
Yes. Tiny tweak.
Yeah.
While
I
still
can't put that
honoring
as an
it.
action,
Refine.
refine the TSP for,
Bike.
That's from bike ped.
Minor refinements. I don't know, yeah, like, bike ped TSP update.
It's amend technically if you speak of legislature.
Yes,
Amend the 2011 TSP.
Or like look for opportunities for amendments to TSP. For improvements.
Study and recommend.
Reflect reality.
Study, recommend, amendments to TSP.
Bicycle amendments.
thanks, study and recommend.
That's really.
Is everybody in favor of that before I put this up here?
I have no idea.
Super.
Is there a majority or consensus of the council who wants to do this?
That's a good idea.
Yes.
I see 3, 4.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm counting the next
Yeah,
5.
TSP is
Study and recommend.
your map, you gotta.
What did you say, Abigail, bike
improvements.
bike improvements?
Yeah.
In TSP.
Could this also not speak to Cascade or the
So we have
Historic Highway Trail?
Well, we have a grant from ODOT and DLCD to do a West Cascade plan. They say the scoping of that, takes 18 to 24 months. So, you want to do this in the next 2 years, it should be its own goal. Just because that project is not likely to happen in this time period.
This might be a minor or miscellaneous.
It might
but
be before that.
if we don't do anything for 2 years, it's gonna be a problem. So like we should at least have to do the impact analysis.
At least doing this advises the
Yeah, it could
west
advise.
side one.
This, the thing you just added? Okay, so we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm just keeping us.
Yeah, that's
We're
cool.
on a tight schedule here. Okay, well-maintained and safe community, what do we have?
So that went with the, we kind of under the bond, election strategy.
Yes.
We have two kind of things, there's, we were gonna engage, PR marketing bond strategy professionals. And also do a full analysis of the city space needs, not just, public safety facility, but like the whole. And one of the points I brought up to the group was, I had heard a long time ago when I moved here that, school bonds typically pass because people in the community feel ownership of those buildings and they feel welcome in those buildings. And while we're talking in this room about how do we make improvements to support the organization, I think that if you sell it as a civic building, it's a building for all of us, that we are all coming here to be, and this is where the people who support us are housed. I just think that that's kind of what God is talking about, engaging the bond strategy professionals, but also, not just a building for, public safety or fire or public works, it's a building for the whole city it's a civic building.
Okay, so a city facility study?
Yeah,
Isn't that in the lower one though? How is that
it's kind of,
well-maintained and safe versus healthy organization?
Well, and
Because
when we finish this, things will check multiple boxes, they're just have to land somewhere.
I think it's kind of both. I mean, if the organization is supported and stable, then the community is supported and stable.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, and
Do you guys have anything else in there?
Oh, that's what helped.
In this one?
Nobody thinks it.
Okay. Healthy organization, when you have
So under that one, we had a short term, is leasing space in the short term.
lease, space for city hall, just in general, okay. Lease, please.
There was one more under will.
I'm just gonna put for city services.
Mhm.
Okay, lease space for city services, short term.
There was one more under the well-maintained and safe community.
Okay.
And that was, the forecasting for population growth of 12K or more.
Forecast, population growth.
What was the last part? For what?
Forecast for population growth, or like what services would we need to have in order to support a population of 12,000 or more?
12K. That's what you said, 12K.
12K.
Why 12K? Is there a threshold that's in there for something or?
No, actually, it's been.
But that's an 50% increase, so
Yeah.
it's a number to choose from.
Or more, you said?
12K was just a number, there's going to be other numbers that will trigger other things, so it's just a forecast for population growth in general. There will be triggers along the way in terms of which numbers we pass at certain milestones.
I have one to add to this list that's not been part of any conversations, it's just something that's coming now, so it fits under this category. And that is, on Monday, council will consider the Jacobs contract for wastewater management, it's 15-year contract. Part of that includes an implementation of the FOG program, fat, oils, and grease. This, and some of you, we've had one-on-ones, others of you don't know a lot about this yet, but that will touch every restaurant and any group that has
Coffee shop.
coffee shops, anybody who might pour grease down the drain. And I think we might want to kick that off in the next 2 years. But it is a major, be major work for Jacobs, but it's also a major piece that impacts all of our small businesses, all of, what the communications are, a huge education effort. So I would like to pitch that FOG program goes somewhere on this college.
Anybody want to push back on that?
It's enhanced regulations.
It's a whole new regulation program.
You could go under
It
staff
is,
retention.
it is grease traps, it is inspections, it is education, it's new code, new fines.
It's a room full of people
Totally.
for y'all.
Do you want me to wait until you're no longer here too? You guys stick with me a long time.
Long time.
Okay.
I think if Abigail said it should go out there, we should.
This is called the Blackburn Fog Program.
Yeah.
Blackburn blip.
Yeah. It's a former mayor.
What's that?
The Blackburn blip.
Straight that.
Dog program, okay, unless anybody says they're opposed, it's up there, okay, back to healthy organization, did we have, was there another one on there, peace space? Do you guys have anything else on your healthy
It kind of goes
organization?
with this study facilities, it's kind of the bond stuff too.
Okay. Yeah, there's some overlap there, okay. Equitable, inclusive, informed community, what do we have?
Okay. We had an affordable path to an equity framework.
I'm
And then
sorry, what
kind-
did you say one more time?
Like
Oh, you have
establish an affordable path for an equity framework. And then kind of coupling that, like, we don't really have an established budget for any DEI work, so potentially establishing that budget item.
Which, the budget, I mean, these actions will inform the development of the budget, so can we just say develop an engagement framework?
Oh, that was the equity framework, but
Oh, the equity framework.
yeah.
Yes.
But we also have created community outreach plan / toolkit for city
Okay.
projects.
Okay, great.
So that's an internal and an external. Yeah.
Are you guys okay if I modify this to develop an equity framework?
Sure.
I feel like that's clear.
And then under the DEI framework is a DEI education plan. Education or training.
Develop a DEI education or training plan.
Then for those who weren't there yesterday, we talked a lot about youth outreach yesterday. So developing a youth outreach program.
I'd say maybe partner. Because it's not necessarily that the city is taking on doing that, but that they're already. The high school, the middle school, even some of the elementary schools have something like that, so partner on a youth outreach program.
And then the last one was sort of like bolster our role as a community partner ally for racial and social equity groups and events.
Questions, comments on any of these?
I just sent it to the mayor, that last one I really like in that it is about amplifying the work that others are already doing, not just like creating a parallel work or deciding that we know what groups need, but listening to them and helping them build.
And then they'll tell us exactly what they need from us to continue supporting them and being an ally.
Is everybody good with the actions as they're listed? Screw that, or you're tired. We're not tired, okay, we got this.
Healthy organization, step back to that real quick.
What's
Back
that?
to it, healthy organization. We had this long debate about, what I'm calling again, the ADAM program, the attract, develop, advance, maintain. How do we capture that in there and make sure that there's a deliverable there regarding that?
I know, I was kind of wondering about it, but then I thought, well, maybe they just like, they were trying to be pragmatic and said, enough, this is reasonable.
Processes,
But that also, I think, yes, and that also falls within internal equity is that we need to be really intentional about one, adding a budget line item so that it is some sort of external facilitator that's coming in to evaluate where we are, where we could improve, and opportunities to create such programs where you are developing a pipeline from the get-go of those entry-level positions to higher up, and that's internal equity.
I almost kind of feel like, we assign 2 counselors to meet with Sandy and
Yes.
Abigail to do that kind of work.
Yes, but it's a big lift, I mean, it's a big lift and just being realistic of the resources and the staff that we have available, and that it's bringing in somebody else that's neutral to it, because we have implicit bias around what we think works great, someone else is gonna come in and be able to identify things that we don't.
Well, I think it'd be like a good opportunity for like, you know, as Abigail and other department heads think about like, oh, we're gonna bring in this expert, you know. They could bring, and Sandy could say, you know, this is an outside perspective to bring onto this versus formalizing that, like we could expect them to bring in expert advice, et cetera, and. But yeah, it's almost like we need someone to steward this.
Gladys, do you think that the evaluation part could fit in number first dot develop an equity and number 3 dot develop DEI training? Like an evaluation piece in there seems like reasonable.
Okay. Develop and evaluate,
Or evaluate and then develop.
evaluate and develop, yes, thank you.
And then evaluate again.
Yeah, and that will continue, because this work doesn't end, and like I was telling Jackie, we don't. After a training, you're not competent in everything, and then you never have to take another training again, you have to practice that close ability moving forward.
Okay.
Maybe under this piece, sorry,
Yeah,
and I appreciate you bringing this back up, is
Yeah.
maybe just, research and identify strategies for recruitment and retention and development.
Great, thank you.
Research and identify strategies.
That really could be anything, right? That could be scheduling opportunities, that could be space, incentives for, relocation or not signing bonuses, apparently that's not. But this is why we gotta research and identify, right? We do it at time.
Okay, our last area then is environmentally sustainable and resilient.
Mark, you got something there?
Yep. I just made them individual.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so first one, milestones for the net zero plan, detail for the next 2 years. And then city vehicles to zero emissions plan.
Just on that, we got input from the school district that they would love our support in helping them continue to get electric school buses. Like, that's some progress in the last few years.
Let's formalize that relationship.
And shovel.
Plows on the electric buses.
There you go.
Okay, defined infrastructure needs for EV charging. And then you guys have under that city commitment,
Community.
community.
Those
For
two
the
things.
city and
one
internal.
She read almost all my words. I was pretty happy. It's usually, I can't read it.
That's another example of like city vehicles and city infrastructure for EVs under the organization and the like community, make ready infrastructure for EVs.
How are you guys feeling about these?
The first one is just what we wrote over there, live up to the thing that we said. And then the next two are from the energy plan on Abigail's list.
Are you guys okay with this? Now, there are some other things over here that are continues, which are the closeout the Columbia Cascade URA. This study and consider the new SDC rates.
Are those both ones, Abigail, where you said council's done its bit and now it's?
SDC you will definitely see in January, February.
Do you wanna prioritize those alongside these other things?
I think that we don't have a choice like that.
Yeah.
Those are in.
Yeah, we're not gonna quit those.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm not gonna worry about adding those and grouping them now. Then you'll see them in your plan, but you guys are gonna prioritize this stuff.
Same thing with adopt TNC taxi code. We're already working on that.
It's nice to have some wins early in the plan.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm trusting they're gonna be
You
good.
get 0 votes.
Okay, all right,
It's 0.
Sasha, how are we doing
Oh,
on our Mets meter development?
Yeah, give me.
She's almost got it. Few minutes. So why don't I explain to you what this looks like once it comes up? You will use a mobile device. you're gonna go to this website, www.meti.com. It's gonna ask you to, it's gonna prompt you for a numeric code, a 4-digit code, and you'll put that in. And we'll be broadcasting the slides here up on the screen, are the questions, and the questions will also pop up on your device. And then you will rank the actions in each goal area. We'll also have a slide in there where we actually make you rank the goal areas too. This is an exercise that it just gives staff a data point as they think about how to plan out the work and time it of what's most important to you. It's not an exact science though, because depending on what's in progress, what's, where funding is coming from, staff capacity and availability, all those things play into how the timing of the work, but it at least helps them to know what's most important for the council.
So the folks who get to play this particular piece are,
The council who will be seated in January.
so staff and outgoing counselors, and spectators.
Yeah.
Submit your phone to your please, Megan.
Yes, please turn your phone on.
Also, a question about this, like, there's some stuff on here that's weighted wise, like, how do we establish that, like, establishing a mobile park preservation strategy is a much lower lift than acquiring land for Mariposa Village, that's 2.0, so.
Yeah, it just isn't that we can't account for all of that. So you need the tools that available to us in an exercise like this is like, you can do this online polling or a dot polling exercise. And again, it's a data point. Staff will figure out, they'll look at the weight and the capacity stuff as they're developing the work plan.
So if stuff that's light touch is at the bottom of the list, always, we never do light projects, is my concern.
So I think today is all of this data, and then it's Sarah and her team working with me to bring you a plan. Our goal is to do that on January 27th. And then that's your chance to react and be like, Abigail, you put this, this is our top project, and you put it under, we use these same categories of like critical, significant, other.
Yeah.
That's your chance to like tell me that I misread you or for you to kind of debate those details. But today's kind of getting that first.
Debate those details is, I think, well articulated, because like, what I would hate is like, we're doing a bunch of like motions. Like, all right, well, let's add this one, does everybody agree with that? Well,
Right.
like, that just would be a mess.
And I'll follow up with all of you between now and then.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
It's kind of late, but I have a question about like the transportation thing. I feel like it got lost in actually making improvements. Is that something that just happens anyway? Does that need to be on the project list, or is that part of regular process?
It's like we have like, like capital projects aren't usually like defined here.
So does it need to be up there to make sure like we can actually still do those things, right?
Yeah,
This is only like
stuff that's
5%
already on the list,
do
will
is up here.
continue to be funded and knocked out. Yeah, but I would love to know that.
Okay, ooh, we have arrived. All right, so now January 2025 council. You get to start by, we do a test question first to make sure that we've got everybody in. And
68067581.
yes, I thought it was a 4-digit code. It's now 8 digits. 68067581.
And this is going to a website, menti.com.
Mentimeters.
Six people, 7 bucks, you got.
It was seven.
Did everyone get on okay, council?
Big question.
Everyone on menti.com?
When I've got 3 hours.
Yeah.
It is 6280758. This is the fun question to start off with. We're like.
I know.
Well, Lonnie was like, I was shooting it's gonna be.
Alright, you have to make sure you press the
You
mid.
have to make sure, all right, I'm sorry, just to make sure everybody stays on track. So after you've entered your response, you have to submit.
We need 2 more people, right? We're saying 2.
I need 2 for before you make them read.
Well,
Maybe 7.
We accept this one, sorry, we need one more.
I think they've technically got two.
Oh, that's bigger.
Oh,
It says 6 responses.
Yeah, we have 6.
We need 7 more.
We need 7, so who's not in? You're in, do you need help?
No, I just need to type something in.
Oh, you're good, okay.
So I'm just gonna make something up.
Don't think too much. It's gonna be Kirkos.
No.
It is good.
There you go.
Representing
Okay,
the right.
all right, now we know everybody's up and operational. Next question, please. Okay, please prioritize the ones under housing. So, and you'll notice some of these are cut short, it only gives you so many characters, so I got the first part of what it would allow me to get.
It's a tweet thing. How do you?
So on your device, you're ranking these, the ones that you,
Want to use my reading glasses?
oh, I see. Drag
first
there.
being the highest priority, yes.
Oh, it's over on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does everyone have it okay?
This is hard.
Oh, yeah. So we wait till the last 10 minutes and then just like really slam it on.
Really just like make your brain just.
Okay, so we have to go 1 through 7, is that what you're saying? 1 through 7.
1 through 6.
Oh, I see.
Very small. Only one so far. Okay. Wait, I think I did what I asked today. Where, oh, no, these will get easier, like transportation, you'll have to read. Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I got you.
I think I made mine by accident.
You're okay.
Political financial support is XXX.
I think that's the shelter, I think.
The cat shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but why is this XXX?
I don't know.
A picture of their dog. City council had 26 people. Yes, her. For their 2 seats. It's like, wow.
It was a huge amount of work. Huge amount of work, and I'm glad it failed.
And it got everywhere.
Okay, so.
It's, it just seems like a dumb idea overall. You know, you have enough uninformed.
Dumb overall.
Yeah, you have enough uninformed voting already. This would get you more, and it's so time consuming now. If you do
Yes.
that.
And since I've already submitted it.
We could rank up to
Yeah,
5.
I don't think you did submit, so I think you're okay.
Computer can do that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The established financial position of development and the
So that would be like, we talked to a developer this year that was like, I would build some housing for one, but then starting with that. That would be what Bill's working on for missing middle housing and incentive programs, and making sure that you formalize these kind of things versus just kind of do them piecemeal.
Does it show us up there how many people have clicked submit?
Yeah, so far I've got 4, so I'm waiting on 3.
Oh, the little tiny, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. 5. I got 2 more.
Ooh.
And it's telling us that Wild Man is in first place, you don't think so?
Yeah.
I got kicked out again, sorry.
Okay, we got 7, you got it, that's it.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. All right, Sasha, we're ready for the next one. All right, so parks easier, parks and open spaces, you only got 3.
It's right at the top. 6806 75.
Wow. Wiggling around.
Everybody on one more?
Calculate, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I've been technically validated.
Great.
Also, you do 1 point or first, like, I got it.
They're making,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, how does it combine everyone else? I'm just curious how it combines everyone's rates, decide which one.
It's just only, so just selecting copy, right? And it's probably on the back end.
Right, okay.
All right,
Okay.
so.
Okay, excited. All right, we're ready for the next one. Transfer to the. Okay.
It's a horse.
Okay, we got it. Good job, you guys. Good job. Okay, great.
Yeah, I like it
Implementing
too.
and safety.
All your beans on.
Yeah.
Hey, you have got it. He's on it.
I wasn't gonna take it.
Can you down? Please stand down. If you want.
Poor Paul.
I don't want to do it either.
Prioritize it all at once.
Nobody's gonna like me.
Honestly, if it's gonna happen already.
Oh, I can't see I can't see our bottom now. Are we, where are we at, Sasha? Oh, the bottom of this, there we go. Okay, we're at 6, we're waiting on one.
How nice it looks. It's very satisfying.
Very pleasing.
Yes.
There we go. All right, you guys see where you're landed? Okay. Okay. All right, next up. Then you got 5.
Here we go.
It's okay.
Oh.
Some people just wanna take that, they're like.
Okay.
That one didn't.
I
wanna see the.
Last one, yeah, last one. Well, there's, no, I'm sorry, 2 more. We have both organizations. And Sarah, they're gonna do the. Oh, and the goals, yes. All right, environmentally sustainable. All right. We got one. Don't worry, all of these we will download into PDFs and send with all the meeting, and you'll get the all the results in your notes. Oh, look at how easy, guys. 1, 2, or 2, 1, 2, there you go.
Whoa.
This is that one, okay, next up, all right, and then this next one is how would you prioritize these goals?
Wait a minute, it's a wonder.
I know.
Bringing this on.
It's 2:59, I get 1 more minute to be in charge of that. That's I might not, but I'm sure. Oh, God.
Nobody wants to be the first person on.
We don't.
The whole weekend, right? And that's great. Our mural board is even more colorful. Ooh, I love mural board.
Wait, we get to do that? The even more colorful thing?
Well, so mural, I took all of Sarah's notes, we have them in a mural board for you, like the notes I sent to you guys last night, I don't know if you've been. But we added, some art to it for you guys, makes it fun to look at.
Not a mural, you don't have to like worry about the height restriction.
So that's fun. Okay, we got 7, we did it. Okay. There we go. All right, you guys, we did it, we got through our whole program. I'm always hopeful that we'll have a little more time for reflection at the end, but you guys had a lot of really good engaging discussion, and so I think just for our reflection, maybe just around the room, one word, just kind of how you're feeling about the couple of years ahead of you. How you're feeling about just the direction that you come to agreement on.
Optimistic.
Hopeful.
Collaborative.
That's very classic. I like that for me. Optimistic. Ben?
Centered.
Centered.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah. Restful. Relaxing.
Megan? I also was hopeful. Grant?
Adequate.
Yours clouds.
Good. Okay. Yeah?
We got work to do.
I feel a little bit seen, things that, don't ever rise to the level of council, attention during the meeting got, aired here, and I feel that you really heard it and acted on it, so thank you.
Good. All right.
Oh, I don't want to get.
I'll come back, Okay. That's it?
Be prepared.
Be prepared. Neil? Don't. Okay.
And then this is your favorite one, right?
He loves council retreats.
Just gonna say well balanced, and I mean, between operational and realistic.
Good.
Anxious.
Anxious?
Anxious.
That's fair.
Thankful.
Chris?
I'm gonna go with fine as well.
Fine.
Okay, I have
Those two.
like actionable.
Actionable? Feel like you got some good.
Like workplace harassment.
Well, Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Oh, did I say Dan?
This might be Dan's first with us.
Goals exceed their grasp once again.
I wanna know what was said on both sides there. Dan, what did you say?
Goals exceed their grasp once again. That's good. Keep trying. Keep grasping.
What were you guys saying over here?
Nothing, we said nothing.
The word was.
Oh, my.
Very all right, well, our team is extremely grateful. Thank you so much for your engagement, your participation, the preparation. There's just a lot that goes into this. I hope that you guys feel like this was a good use of your time today and helps to make your time more productive and meaningful in a couple of years ahead with some good clear direction. We're not done yet. I'll be working with Abigail and team to refine all of this into a draft work plan. And that will be coming to you in January.
That's our goal, January 27th.
Yes, so, and there'll be conversations had prior to that, so that you won't just be seeing it for the first time in January. So, great, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for having us and hosting us.
Well done.
There were a lot of leftovers on the back table, so I didn't want to take them to look up, so if you wish to fill up and plan your dinner. So thank you all for taking the time, really appreciate.
Yeah.